Hi there folks, and welcome to RRTV, and Happy New Year for 2017. We're back and ready to broadcast. I have Brant Tucker in the booth with me tonight, so welcome Brant, and it's the first round of the Australian Online Supercar Championship.
Hey Benny, hey everyone, thanks for having me in the comms box tonight at such short notice. It should be a good series. Last season we saw a cracker of a battle between Synergy and ERA, so it's looking like a good long race to start off the season, that's for sure.
Yeah, it certainly does, and looking at the championship last year, Ian Ford took that out, so he's the defending champion, and ERA with Ford, Harvey and Blackhall are the defending endurance champions, so ERA is very strong. Also Luke Harvey in the 001 defending non-endurance champion, so I'm assuming Brent, that means he's the sprint champion.
I would have to hazard a guess and say I agree with you on that one. So by the looks of it, ERA, locking out both the sprint and endurance titles last year, so very strong in this series.
Oh, they certainly are, and can see at the moment Forzan El Nabi out there in the Performance Motorsports Blue, sitting second at the moment. There goes my throat already.
Please don't die me such early on, Bernie, please.
Yeah. I was thinking the race hasn't even started, but it's quite a challenging series this, because if we look at what the drivers have to do to take out the championship, we have 8 by 650 kilometre endurance races. This is the first one tonight at Phillip Island, and they'll have drivers doing driver swaps there. They also have 8 150 kilometre standard races to complete, as well as 4 by 270 kilometre sprint race rounds. So add all that up, and that's a lot of racing for the year, isn't it?
Yes, there's definitely plenty of racing in this series, especially with those 650 kilometre races. That's a long time to be in the car for two guys, so definitely pushes them to their limits, to have to do a standard 650 enduro. So yeah, it's a unique series, what the boys from Stealth Sims have going on here, so it's definitely drawing a big crowd with 39 cars at the moment.
Oh, it certainly is, and it's a great series to be part of, and a great series to broadcast as well. I know the viewers on YouTube definitely enjoy watching this series, but a few of the rules tonight, folks, before we get into the tail end of qualifying. Basically, the rules are 2 drivers per car for tonight. 65% is a maximum laps for any drivers. So that's around about 91 laps any driver can do. We've got live marshalling, of course, tonight, and I can see Bailey over there in race control doing his bit. 2 fast repairs, and there will be safety cars. Now, a few things on the safety car, because it's a little bit technical, this safety car, and I'll try and find it. 1 minute. Okay, so let's go through the safety car. So basically there will be no safety car called for the first 3 laps, okay, unless there's a major incident. So that's the first thing to bear in mind, folks. Second one is, if there's an incident that would normally trigger a safety car in the opening 3 laps, they will call a safety car on lap 4. Okay, so we've got that so far, good. Safety car will be triggered if there's an incident involving 3 or more cars, and at least one of those cars require a repair. So on top of that, we've got live safety cars, but we've also got the other twist which this series does so well, and that is we have a maximum of 2 random safety cars tonight, Brent. They will be called anywhere from lap 10 to lap 110, and of course, no one knows when that's coming out. It's always a closely guarded secret. And they're also saying if there's 2 safety car incidents and there's already been a safety car called, a second random safety car will not be called.
That definitely throws, could throw a spanner in the works for a lot of these team strategies. Obviously being such a long race, you just play it by ear to begin with, but Yeah, that could definitely benefit some cars and definitely hinder a lot of others. That's the chance you take with safety cars, so should be in for a pretty good race tonight.
Oh, definitely will. My throat's gone though, so this is going to be an interesting broadcast, that's for sure.
Bernie, don't leave me so early, please.
Yeah, well, I'll get some water in a minute, but looking at the qualifying at the moment, Brent, Redback Racing Team looks like they're on provisional pole at the moment, so it's great to see them up there. Then we've got Performance Motorsport Blue sitting in second, 0.2 of a second off. Then we have Synergy Sim Racing very closely in third, fourth Laser Racing, and Synergy Sim Racing again in fifth. And Synergy Sim Racing, they're a very strong team in this series.
They're a strong team in any series, as we've seen both in the Premier Series and in AEC as well. They're one of the top teams in Australia, so that's to be expected. They've definitely got some really fast guys there with Brenton Hobson, Burke, and Schreier as well. So it's expected that you see that they have 2 cars in the top 5. So definitely showing their strength here again, as we see the first ERA car is actually in 8th at the moment. So ERA will be looking to potentially improve on that with having 2 cars in the top 10.
Yeah, for sure. And the defending champion team, the ERA 1, they're sitting down in 11th at the moment. But never count the ERA boys out, guys. They're a bit like Synergy Sim Racing. They're extremely strong and they're very good at pit strategy.
ERA they're one of the being one of the top teams within AusNZ. You expect them to be right up the top, which they are consistently. So it's not surprising that Ian Ford has the dual championship under his.
Yeah, that's right. It's no fluke that team's not only got the champion driver, they've also taken out the endurance team events. And I think Luke Harvey, he's an ERA driver as well, isn't he?
Yeah, I believe so. Luke Harvey is an ERA driver, yes.
So, it's no fluke that they've pretty much taken last season, they've taken the whole championship out. No doubt they're going to be pretty keen to do that. But on top of that, keep an eye on Synergy Sim Racing, because I reckon they're going to try and take it to them this year.
Sorry, minor incident there. Yeah, no, definitely. Synergy were very close last year, so you expect them to definitely try and take it to them again this year.
Yeah, for sure. And we can see a few new paint jobs out there. The Race on Oz number 51's carrying a new livery at the moment, and that's Sam Blackdock driving that car. So that's looking nice and presented, but give it a few laps and I'm sure they'll have a few scratches on it.
Yeah, definitely. There's a couple of new teams out here. As we know, we've got the rebranded Angry Birds Racing to Stealth Sim Sport now. We got the new team RKW Motorsports, and as you mentioned before, Race on Oz. So new faces in this series. Of course, being a new year, we got new paint jobs for most of the cars out on the field. So looking pretty.
Well, it certainly is, and as you alluded to, the strength of field out here tonight, well, cars, we've got 39 cars out here tonight, folks, and it's going to be a corker, that's for sure. Saying that though, well, there's definitely one that's not out there, and that's our race control, Bailey Hall, so scratch him from starting. Rod Danier, Darryl Carter, they haven't done any laps either, so I'm assuming that those cars won't take to the grid tonight as well, but that still leaves us with 36.
36 at Phillip Island for 650 kilometres. That's a lot of cars. There's going to be a lot of congestion on the first lap. We're definitely going to have to watch that, especially down at Honda Hairpin. That has the potential to cause a lot of mayhem down there. So that one will be important. You get through that and then focus on the rest of them.
Yeah, that's right. It's really the first couple of laps, especially the first one, survive the first couple of corners and get your rhythm. Then after that, they're pretty much driving to numbers, aren't they?
That's it. You're driving. You try and survive, get through the opening stint, get into a rhythm, and then just work on getting towards the end. Because as we know, you got to be at the end to have a chance in with a victory with these long races.
Yeah, for sure, and we can see Andrew Gilliam in the 097 there did not improve on his time, but now Brenton Hobson, Synergy Sim Racing, he's completed a lap. He did a 1:31.529. His target is a 1:31.90, so probably a second off the pace at the moment, but sitting in third. His best time was a 1:34.25, so 0.3 of a second down from our pole sitter.
Redback Racing looking very good here with only a minute and a half to spare, so everyone will be rushing to get onto that final flying lap for the qualifying session. But if Redback Racing can hold on to this 2/10 margin they have over Performance Motorsport and Synergy respectively, they'll be looking good for to start the season off very strong here with a pole position.
Well, they certainly will, and they've got their team captain David Baxter in that car at the moment. I think they're feeling fairly confident because they're actually sitting in the pit lane at the moment, while everyone else, or just about everyone else, especially the top six anyway, they are all out there on the track trying to improve. Here comes Andrew Gilliam now, sitting in second, coming across the line to try to snatch it. He does not. He did a 1:31.802, so the track's definitely slowing down a bit.
Yeah, as it rubbers in, it'll obviously slow down. Plus, with all the people carrying on dirt from off tracks as well, so Andrew will be looking to try and get in one final fly. He crossed the line with 50 seconds to spare. So he's got one final lap to try and hook it up and you climb up to that pole position.
Yeah, and Brenton's just gone across the line onto his last lap too. Again, a 1:31.770, so the track has definitely slowed down with the top two at the moment in the 1:31s. As I said earlier at the start of qualifying, they were in the very low 1:30s.
Yeah, the tracks generally do slow down, as like I mentioned before, with more dirt and rubber that gets dragged on. Cars will start to slide around, there's a bit of grip, generally get slower. So really, opening 10 minutes probably maximum for your qualifying session is where you really had to try and set your fast time. As we see Andrew getting balked a little bit here as he comes into the final corner, so that'll be his qualifying done. Won't be able to really improve on the lap time there, so I think provisionally Redback are looking good for a podium here, Bernie.
Yeah, they definitely are, and it's probably one of their, well, I don't know, in this series anyway, it could be their first pole, so they're looking at starting 2017 very strongly.
Yeah, starting 2017 strong, such an important and vital thing here with these long endurance races. So to get a good start to the year with a pole position, it'll definitely boost their confidence. So, but it is a 650 kilometre race. We do have to bear that in mind. Anything can happen. 36 cars, and with those random safety cars as well. So it'll be an interesting race tonight.
Certainly will, and you're exactly right. On these endurance races, the pole position doesn't really count for much. They don't win any money like they do in real life or anything like that. But I guess the main thing is for the teams to try to get their cars as far up the grid as they can. And if you're in the top six, you're going to be in the first three rows, which generally means you're going to be safe. We're looking at Ian Ford at the moment. They got that car up to 8th position. So they'll be starting, back in about row 4, I think.
Yeah, ERA will be starting on row 4. Ideally, you want to be in the top 10, top 12 cars, because once you get past that, you're into the mid-pack, and that's where shenanigans generally ensue. And shenanigans at the start of a race often lead to lots of frustration and ruined cars.
Yeah, it certainly does. We can see now Mr. Ford practicing his drifting, and I guess he can burn those tyres up and trash the car because he's going to have a new one in probably about 2 minutes' time.
Yeah, that's it. Race start coming up very shortly. So we have, I guess we should probably get started on the grid, considering we have 36 cars to try and get through.
Yeah, definitely. So, pole position, Redback Racing Team 031. David Baxter's definitely driving that. Not sure of the second driver yet. Performance Motorsports Blue will start from second. Synergy Sim Racing, the number 3, will start out of third, followed by Laser Racing 2 team out of fourth, and out of fifth is Synergy Sim Racing.
Out of sixth, we have Torque number 40. Out of seventh, we have Synergy Sim Racing number 3. The defending champions ERA number 1, followed by teammates ERA 226, and Laser Racing rounding out the top 10.
Out of 11th is Evolution Racing Australia number 151, followed by Way South Racing out of 12th. 13th, Stealth Sim Sport 1. 14th, Evolution Racing Australia, the number 026, and Laser Racing 3 will start out of 15th.
Starting out of 16th, have Performance PFR Team Cayenne 1, and their sister car PFR Team GTI 1 beside them. Car number 41 from Performance Motorsports will be starting from 18th. The third PFR Team GTI car will be starting from P19, and HTR number 5 will be starting from 20th.
Out of 21st will be Stealth Sim Sport 5, followed by RKW Motorsport out of 23rd, HTR2, Redback Racing 350 out of 24th, 25th, Race on Oz number 51, and we have 22 seconds till start.
And I've lost count of where we were up to, sorry.
It's alright, we'll stop there, I think.
That was my bad. Do you want to continue on there, Benny?
No, it's alright, we'll get to the front end of this field and see how this race commences, I think.
I apologise, I went to hit the live button and lost entirely where you were up to, so I apologise to those few teams.
So we'll jump to Blimp Cam. Blimp Cam's crap. I mean, sorry folks. We'll jump back to TV3, and we're racing here at Phillip Island at the moment, and we can see a huge field of 36 cars taking into the first corner. Hold your breath, folks, because it's going to get interesting as we see Laser Racing darting on the inside, back in about 12th position.
So far, it looks as though the field got through turn 1 cleanly. Coming up turn 3, Southern Loop, turn 2, sorry, Southern Loop now. So hopefully they can all get through this cleanly, get through this first lap cleanly and be able to continue on.
Yeah, we did have an incident at the back of the field there. I did see up the back a couple of cars getting turned around, but at the moment, Redback Racing's leading, followed by Synergy Sim Racing up to second. It looks like we may have, is that ERA already up to third, Laser Racing fourth?
At the moment, Redback Racing out in front at leading, with Performance Motorsport still in behind in the 3, it looks like now.
I'm just resetting the overlays, folks, so just making sure we get it all up.
Synergy have moved up from position 3 to position 2, with Laser Racing behind as they go down into Lukey Heights.
So it's looking like a nice clean start for the majority of the field, folks. 146 laps though, a lot of racing to do, and no doubt a lot of drama as well.
Indeed, no doubt a lot of drama to unfold. Hopefully that looking like most cars got through that first lap relatively unscathed, which is very good to see. Redback Racing leading with a 1.2 second margin over Synergy Sim 1 from Performance Motorsports Blue, Laser Racing in 4th, and then the second of the Synergy Sim Racing cars in P5.
Yeah, and it's interesting, the 031, Ethan Grigg Galt has taken to the wheel of that car. David Baxter's decided to let Ethan start, and this guy's quite a good driver from what I saw last year, so already you can see he's getting a bit of a gap on the field.
Ethan's a very experienced driver, multiple official V8 Supercar Series champion, so he's definitely got a lot of experience under his belt. So it'll be good to have him on board, and as we see him just starting to build a nice margin from P2 and P3 here.
Yeah, and that's what you want to do on these enduros, isn't it? Get a bit of a margin and then try to control the race from there. At least you're out of trouble. We can see Laser Racing at the moment. He's got that's Jason Bentz with Glenn Postlethwaite, another fast driver there in the Nulon entry, starting to put pressure on him.
In the first few laps, all the cars are, very, very bunched up, very, very close together, so patience will be rewarded for these first half a dozen laps, just to get into a rhythm, look towards the end of the race, focus on your pit strategies, just running your lines, hitting your marks, and just making sure you don't make any little errors throughout the race.
Yeah, that's pretty much it, and we can see Glenn at the moment just nursing the car through there, or saying that, as Jason makes a mistake and Glenn pounces.
Just back here with Jeff Yauchi as he comes through Southern Loop. Just locked up the brake there. That's allowed the 111 car to get right up behind him as they start to head down to turn 3, and there's actually smoke. Ooh! I think that's the Nulon entry there. That's unfortunately had an incident there. Yeah, that was Glenn
Postlethwaite having a bit of a contact there with Jason Bentz, and we're jumping back to the replay here, folks, because it got a bit interesting. Fortunately, the rest of the field avoided it.
Oh, and we've actually had a spin at Honda as well. I believe that may have been another potentially Redback Racing car spin. One of the Stealth Simsport cars, I think.
Okay, we'll go to that in a moment. We're just seeing a replay of Glenn Postlethwaite in Synergy Sim Racing. He did actually rub tyres with Laser Racing, and wow, look at ERA taking air, 2 wheels, to avoid him through the infield.
Yeah, not a good spot to have an incident like that. It's a very, very fast corner. Lucky most people got out of that relatively unscathed. So yeah, they were very lucky. Just watching the Redback Racing car 350 with Jamie Owens, just missed his mark going down into Honda. And unfortunately the Stealth Simsport car, 015 Stealth Simsport car, was just the wrong place at the wrong time, had nowhere to go, and just got tagged in the rear 3/4 panel, and around he went, causing a bit of a chain reaction.
Yeah, we'll have a look at that as well, and we've just got the replay up here now, folks, as Brant called it. Yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it? It was a 015 there, and he actually got sandwiched by both of the Stealth Simsport cars.
Yeah, rather unfortunate. Just went in there a little bit too hot, missed his braking marker. It's an easy thing to do in these V8 supercars. They don't like to stop. So, easy thing to do is miss your marker and, lock up. Once that happens, you really just passenger and pray that you don't hit anyone. It was lucky that it was only in the rear 3/4 panel. And most cars, again, got out of that relatively unscathed.
Yeah, that's right, and a bit of action there, but all these cars, they have survived so far, folks, and no one's strategy's been messed up too much. Although, saying that, I don't think Glenn Postlethwaite will be happy with himself. He's down in 22nd at the moment, with Sean Thompson and Braden Bateman right behind him.
Yeah, there's a lot of work for that Synergy Sim Racing car to get back up to the, where they qualified in P5. It's going to be a long, hard slog for them from here on out, but all they have to do is just play their cards right, be smart about it, not do any bold moves, and just, Glenn is a fast guy. No doubt the Synergy guys will have a very good setup on that car, so they just got to eyes forward now, hit their marks, and look forward, not making any mistakes.
Exactly right, and we know, as we've just lost Braden Bateman there, great save, he had it all crossed up coming into turn 2, and somehow he managed to keep that car on the tarmac.
Yeah, some of the saves these boys can do, they can get a bit hairy, these V8 supercars, not having very much downforce on them, so the GTI car just getting incredibly loose in front of him there. Yeah,
that was Sean Thompson, so we'll I want to have another look at that, because that was an impressive save. So yeah, it's Braden probably held his breath there as we're having another look at this, folks, and let's have a look at this in action. He actually got a wheel on the infield there, Brant, and Man, that's some skilled driving. I have not seen many drivers in a V8 get that crossed up and still keep it on the black stuff.
Yeah. Putting a wheel on the dirt in IndyCar is a recipe for disaster, let alone putting in the V8. That's a complete and utter catastrophe waiting to happen. So that was a very, very good save there, as we see Sean trying to make a move around the outside of Braden going into turn 1 here. They're going to be side by side going into turn 1, so it'll be, and Braden actually gives up that position, so Sean will make that position back after he lost it.
Yeah, and to go side by side in turn 1, you're either really crazy or you've got a lot of trust in the driver you're doing it with, and we could see there Braden probably opted for the first part and decided to pull out.
Yeah, smart move there. It's only lap 6. You don't want to be, potentially ruining your race by trying to battle someone so early on. So better just to pull out, lose the mission, and just eyes forward.
Yeah, exactly right. And let's take you through at the moment, folks, the top 5, because we've had a few movers and shakers in the field. Ethan Griggold, well, he's got a lead of 2.5 seconds at the moment over Brenton Hobson in second. Third is Andrew Gilliam for Performance Motorsports Blue. But the mover and shaker, well, that's Ian Ford, Evolution Racing Australia, the number 1. He's moved that car up into 4th position, and he's got this car hooked up, so we'll keep an eye on him as the race progresses. Then we have Jeff Gauci sitting in 5th position for Evolution Racing Australia. So already ERA starting to position those cars.
Yeah, as we expected, ERA moving up through the race, just picking off people smartly, not making any bold moves, just overtaking when they know they can, and just biding their time.
Yeah, that's right, and that's what they do so well, is that strategy game. But looking back at Glenn Postlethwaite, one thing with Synergy Sim Racing, last time they were here at Phillip Island, I'm not sure if it was this car, one of them ended up going to the tail end of the field after an incident, similar to what happened tonight. That car ended up back in the top 3 by the end of the night, so we know these guys have it in them, and I reckon we don't count this car out yet, because I reckon they're going to be up in the top 5 by the end of tonight.
Oh, absolutely. Being such a long race, that also plays into their hand as well. They're into the top 20, now sitting in P20. They've just got to play smart, try and use the safety cars to their advantage. Synergy, as we all know, do a lot of endurance racing, so they're very, very well versed in the way of endurance racing, which is exactly what this is. So that'll be playing on their minds. It'll just be try and get the car to the end, make up as many positions as you can, fast but cleanly as well.
Yeah, that's right, and we can see David Miller out there for the Redback Racing team. They're actually, he's carrying quite an interesting livery there. They're running red and white on that car tonight.
I personally can't actually find that particular... Oh, wait, hang on. Nah, lost it.
He's right in front of Glenn Postlethwaite in 19th position, and he's having a bit of a battle with Eli Caddy for HTR5 at the moment.
Turns out I was actually focusing on that car before and didn't actually realise it. But yeah, no, that's a very striking livery that they're running on that 149 car, that's for sure. Yeah,
it certainly is, and I'll tell you what, the Nulon entry, I always liked that paint job, the old retro job, and I'm glad to see them running that again tonight.
Synergy do always produce some very good looking paint jobs. Those retro liveries are no exception to that.
And we just jumped on the nose cam here of Glenn Postlethwaite. I've got to get that name right, it's such a mouthful, but 215 kilometres an hour, as where are they coming up to here? I've forgotten the name of this corner. What is it?
So which corner was that? What?
The big sweepy thing that then they come into the hairpin over the hill.
Siberia or Lukey Heights, either one of the two, I believe. I think.
Yeah, I think it's Lukey Heights. I was just testing you. Yeah, you can tell, folks, this is our first broadcast after a long break. But You can see now Glenn starting to put the blowtorch on the back of David Miller. He should get this done pretty easily, but it's just a matter of making that move cleanly, because the last thing he wants to do is rub panels and cause any more damage to that car.
The prime overtaking here at Phillip Island is the turn 4 Honda hairpin. Glenn just needs to set his car up for that, make his intentions clear so Dave knows what he's doing early on, as we see Dave starting to switch around and carry on there for a second or two. So yeah, Glenn just needs to set his car up for the upcoming corner and just make his move as we see him do now. Sends it up the inside, nice and early. David, he was there. Clean job done.
Yeah, great move, and once you send it up there on the inside, there's really there's no coming back for the car on the outside. They can try and fight it, of course, but it's a very special driver that can hang on to the outside on that turn 4.
And the little open wheelers like Star Mazdas and Formula Renaults, you could probably, if you got a good run out of Honda, go into the next corner on the outside of Honda and you'll be on the inside and have ideal position. But in these big bulky V8 supercars, you've got to be a pretty game and pretty talented to be able to hold that and actually keep the position.
Oh, you certainly do, and we're looking back up at 7th at the moment. Jason Bentz for Laser Racing. He's chasing down the 226 of Evolution Racing Australia in 6th. So these guys are having a great battle. They've also got Craig Jones, Way South Racing, right behind them in 8th, and Pete Sattler. And in the Beyond Blue Stealth SimSport entry, sitting there in 9th position.
Yeah, you've got a gaggle of cars here, very, very close together. They've been this way for, the entire race so far out of the 10 laps we've done. Haven't really separated more than a second, as we see. Is that a Redback racing car going a lap down there at Honda, the 002?
Yeah, I think that could be. That's Brody Maris. No, 002. Just trying to work out which car we're looking at back there.
Right. Not 002, I apologise for that. That was a wrong call on my behalf.
Yeah, that is Redback Racing. Ian Bird driving that, 36th position. So that's the first car to go a lap down tonight.
That's going to be incredibly hard to come back from. The safety cars may be able to play at the hand. I'm not sure if the Stealth SimSport guys do waiver rounds in this series. That's one potential way they could get back onto the lead lap. Other than that, though, unfortunately, without waiver rounds, if you're onto the lead, once you're a lap down, it's incredibly hard to get back.
Oh, it certainly is. And that car, they're circulating what the last lap was a 134, so quite a ways off the pace. I'd say that entry's more focusing on getting to the end of this race tonight and getting some miles up under the belts of those drivers.
That's exactly right. It is only round 1 of an incredibly long season. The V8 is, quite potentially one of the hardest cars to drive. Oh, there's a big incident. Sorry, just ahead of the 032 car there, involving the 111 car. Yeah,
that was Jeff Gauci and the 226 came together, and with Jason Benson, the Way South Racing entry. We've just got the replay up now, folks, and we'll see how this unfolded. But it looks like ERA tagged the back of Laser Racing, and then Way South got on the inside. 3 wide, that doesn't go. And Way South looks like they've turned around the 226.
Yeah, that was weird, Bernie. Just looking at it now, it seems as though Jeff just misses his marker, or the Laser Racing car just seems to break early, or what. But yeah, that was a fairly hefty punt into the rear of the Laser Racing car there. And as you said, Craig Jones tries to go up the inside and stay away from it all, and unfortunately 3 wide into this corner doesn't work, and he tags the ERA car, and that just unfortunately starts a chain reaction.
Well, it certainly does, and that's dropped this car we're seeing at the moment back down. They're sitting in 19th at the moment, down with Glenn Postlethwaite. That car, Synergy Sim Racing, they're up to 16th.
Yeah, that's it. All they got to do is just keep their noses clean, let the others fall around them, and they'll make up positions without having to put too much work into it. And sure enough, they'll be into the top 10, and that's when they can really start to fight, really start to try and push for those positions.
Yeah, exactly right. And we can see Glenn, he's pretty much doing what you said, and just having a look here. Race controls just let us know the 226 has actually been issued a pit lane penalty and a 30-second hold penalty for that incident. So no doubt ERA won't be happy with that.
No, but at the end of the day, all they have to do is just take the penalty. Race control's already issued it, so they'll only have, I think, 3 laps before the iRacing system, I believe, disqualifies them from the session. So better to get it over and done with fast, sooner rather than later. But unfortunately, that could very much put them a lap down early on in this race.
Yeah, they're sitting down in 31st at the moment, so I'd say they've served that now because they were in 19th. So it looks like they're. I wonder if they have served it. They're 64 seconds off the lead. So yeah, what do you think, Brent? Do you reckon they've served it?
I was actually watching on replay there, so I'm just scrolling back and it looks as though they have come in. I've only caught the end of them as they leave and enter, so I'm assuming that they have come in and taken that, unless Jeff didn't take off his pit stop and it's actually only just registered as a pit stop instead of a stop hold. That's one potential thing that's happened. I'm not entirely sure. We'll have to wait and see for the timing to tick over.
Yeah, I've just spoken to Race Control. They said this car has not served that penalty as yet, so that's definitely going to put this car a lap down by the time they've got the 30-second hold done.
Yeah, they've got to be careful. If you're issued with a black flag, you have to make sure that you untick all your regular pit stops, because otherwise iRacing, I think, just register that as a stock standard pit stop and then send you on their way. So that's one thing you've got to be careful of if you do, unfortunately, get one of these penalties.
Yeah, that's interesting to know, and a couple of the viewers have been speaking about the way the cars look, and yeah, folks, we're not racing underwater. That is a heat haze that iRacing's introduced. Got to admit, Brand, I'm not sure if I'm a fan of it. That heat haze, it looks almost like the distortion is through water or something.
Yeah, I'm unsure of how I feel. I personally don't run it when I'm racing, just for the pure fact that it, has the potential to absolutely decimate frame rates. So that's something I don't really want to have to put up with in a race. But yeah, mixed emotions about it really. Maybe it could be a little bit more subtle. Obviously, it's only just been implemented, so obviously chances for iRacing with feedback to refine it through further updates. Yeah,
that's definitely what they'll do. The first thing is getting it in, which they've done, and then finessing it to make it work the way we want it. There goes my voice again.
Well, while Bernie's recovering from an incapacitated throat, we'll go through the top 10 standings here. In P1, you've got Redback Racing still leading the way with a nearly 4.5 second margin over Synergy Sim Racing 1, who in turn have a 1.7 second over Performance Motorsports Blue. They're in a very close with defending champions ERA Car 1, and then further 5 seconds the road in P5, you've got the Torque number 40 currently being piloted by Hayden Dodman. P6 sees Laser Racing 2, Jason Bence at the wheel, followed by Performance Motorsports with Matt Stratford at the wheel in 7th. Stealth Sims in P8. That's the first of the Stealth Sim Sport cars we see in P8. Followed by Synergy Sim Racing 3, a further 3 seconds behind in P9. And rounding out our top 10 is in PFR Team Coyote. Car 10 is sitting in 10th position.
Yeah, and I just... sorry about my throat, folks. I just had some more news from Race Control on the 226. The penalty for that incident's actually been removed, so they no longer have to serve that stop and hold. So I'm sure ERA will be breathing a sigh of relief there. And there's probably a bit of discussion going on in the background that we're not privy to.
Yeah, that's definitely most likely the case. As we see here, Gary Cousins and PFR Team GTI side by side into turn 4 as to GTI makes the move. Will Laser Racing try to make it back? No, they won't. So GTI car 66, sorry, gets that move done.
Yeah, and the car that he, that laser car I think must be a lap down. No, it's Gary Cousins and Sean Thompson. I think we're battling that out.
Yeah, side by side through turn 3, and PFR car got it in turn 4.
Yeah, so Sean's, trying to get that car moved up. He's doing a great job. He's sitting in 16th position at the moment. I'm not sure where he started from, but the race plan's definitely working for him at the moment.
That's it. After that, earlier incident where he nearly spun it at turn 1, just keeping his eyes forward, hitting his marks now. I'm just trying to move that car forward. There's a real battle on here for P10 with PFR, Team Kyani and Race on Oz car 51 as they go side by side. There's actually contact there in turn 2 as they go side by side with Sam Baldock from Race on Oz making that move stick, moving up into P10.
Yeah, and that was Matthew Cloward in the 085, and he serves him back and lets him know that he's not happy with that. That's a bit of a bump and run, but it's going to get hot here, I think.
Come on, boys, settle it down, as we see Sam trying to make the move again, but this is not going to end well. These boys really need to calm it down. They're only 16 laps into a 650-kilometre race. Really carrying on like this is really not what you really want to see early on in this race. It has the potential to ruin both their races, as you see the Kyani car actually run wide at Lukey Heights, so that's somewhat resolved that situation at the moment.
Yeah, that's
more contact. With the BMW, with the Laser Racing car there on the race on Oz. So car 51 absolutely getting a serve here at the moment.
Yeah, that's Sam Bladdock, and he thought he could take a breather, but he's got Craig Jones there in the Way South Racing car right behind him, and we know he's a hard driver, isn't he? And if he can sniff an opportunity here, he'll take it as he goes looking on the inside of turn 1.
Yeah, decides to pull out of that. Like I said, earlier on, his best move will be just to, as he locks up a brake into turn 2, his best move will be to try and position the car on the inside for turn 4. The prior overtaking an easy spot to really overtake on this, on the Phillip Island circuit.
Yeah, so we'll see if he's got the brakes here, and he decides not to, and the Blacklock covers him, and away they go again. I guess, with Craig, he's probably seen the way Sam's been battling it out with Cloward and the way they were making contact, and he's probably not wanting to get the other guy's hackles up too much at the moment.
Yeah, and I think this will be frustrating Craig in a sense as well, as watching his car behaviour. Craig's able to brake a lot better, have a lot more mid-corner speed through the corners than Sam is, but he's just unable to get around him at the moment. He'll want to do it cleanly, as we see Sam actually have a moment there. And there's more contact involving Craig Jones and car 51. These boys really just need to settle it down, get into a rhythm again. We're only 17 laps into the race, guys. Chill for a little bit. As we see Craig have a massive moment onto the outside. Oh! All three of them are gone. Sam and the Team Coney car somehow managed to make that. That was incredibly messy there.
Yeah, we'll jump to that in a minute. We're just having a look at this contact, and it looks like Blacklock actually spun the wheels up and spun into Craig Jones there. Very heavy hit, but let's stay with this because, as Brent called it, there's more action going on just down the track here.
Craig just seems to get a wiggle and then a little bit of wheel spin, overcorrects it, goes out onto the grass, onto the main straight. The Kyani car tries to make the most of it, going 3 wide. In doing that, Sam doesn't give him enough room, really. He would have known he was there, well and truly, as he's making the move. Just runs him out of road, and unfortunately Craig Jones is a loser out of that and gets absolutely shafted and manages to avoid the fence. That was Bernie. That was incredibly messy for so early on into such a long race.
But did you see who got involved in the back of Blacklock? That was Clowett, would you believe, came around there and had heavy contact with Blacklock again, coming out of the final turn. So those two are a bit like magnets at the moment. So looking at the way who benefited from that, we know Craig Jones definitely did not benefit. One of them, though, was Glenn Postlethwaite. He was in 14th position. He has managed to jump all of them and come out with a shiny car in 10th position.
Yeah, and down the main straight, Sam is involved in yet more drama, this time with another PFR car, the GTI 1 car of Sean Thompson. He really just needs to just to calm down as we see him make contact with Sean at turn 1. This is going on. This has been going on for the entire main straight. It's not very good from probably the Lukey Heights onwards. This has really been going on. Sam just really needs to calm it down. Everyone just needs to just chill, relax, and get back into a rhythm. There's too many banging, incidents going on at the moment. No doubt Race Control will be on top of this and keeping a very keen eye on it.
Yeah, I was going to say that, and I'm sure Race Control will be having a very close look at that. Sean Thompson's actually lost the position there. Matthew Clowett has moved back up, and he's up behind Sam again. I know if I was in this race, I would not want to be around any of these guys. Probably Sean, but I wouldn't want to be around Sam at the moment because he's a very angry driver.
Sam's, past 3 laps, Sam's been caught up in too many incidents, for such a shorter period of time of 3 laps. He just needs to cool it, forget what happened, and just eyes forward and start hitting his marks. Because that was incredibly messy. You don't want to see potentially 4 or 5 cars into the wall so early on into the race.
Yeah, for sure. We've done 20 laps here out of 146. We're riding at the moment with Sean Thompson. Get the telemetry on. He's got a good run here on Clowett, and he'll get the inside. And what's he going to do coming in? 276 kilometres an hour down to 190 in turn 1.
Turn 1 is one of the fastest, most flowing corners that the V8 supercars go to. It's a fantastic corner. Deadly if you get it wrong, but feels really good if you get it right.
Oh, it certainly does, and I'm sure Sean's feeling good at the moment. And he's probably recovering from that last little bit of contact. But one thing is he's pretty professional, and he'll have his eyes forward and take no prisoners from here.
Yeah, the heart rate would have been up, that's for sure, Bernie, involved in all those incidents. So good to see that everyone's calmed down, brought it down a little bit now. The 2 team cars following each other, TFR Team Coyote 1 and GTI 1. Being both from the same team, that won't expect much shenanigans happen. They'll just follow each other line astern. And considering team bosses in the lead car, but of course, as they can't get away from him, Sam is right in front of him after having a moment down at Lukey Heights. So potentially more drama to unfold, just as we see Craig Jones also get flagged a 30-second penalty as well, Bernie.
Okay, and it looks like he's coming in to serve that straight away, and that's probably for that incident in the final corner there.
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on that one. I'm sitting on both sides of the fence, sitting on the fence here for this one. I can't drive the V8 for crap. I'm not in race control, so their decisions are final. But on track, we have Redback Racing leading the way with 6.7 seconds over Synergy Sim Racing 1. ERA have finally managed to move past Performance Motorsports Blue into P3, so they've moved up 5 positions since the race has started. Performance Motorsports now down in P4 and Torque Inc. Car 40 in P5. As Sam has absolutely unloaded Sean there, that will surely have to be a penalty. That was incredibly just bad driving by both parties. Sam just ran Sean right out of road. That's absolutely just poor driving by Sam. That's resulted by Sean spun into the infield and heavily into the fence in the marshal's post there, Bernie.
Yeah, and we're just having a look at super slow-mo here. As we can see, Sean on the inside through turn 4, and we'll just see how this unfolds. Well, we know how it unfolds. One of them's into the fence, basically.
And it looks as though Sean is indeed stuck in one of those brilliant glitchy iRacing barriers, so that'll be his race done and dusted, unfortunately. That was incredibly messy. We knew that was coming, the way those two, Sam had been racing all night long, so that's unfortunate.
Yeah, and I know Sean will not be happy with that. He's going to have his hackles right up from that, and so he should. That was quite a messy piece of driving there. If he is stuck, though, this could bring out our first non-random safety car.
I believe that Sean's actually exited the car, hit escape and exited. No safety car has been called yet, but that's really unfortunate, and that's really not on. That's pretty average driving right there by Race on Oz.
Yeah, well,
Sam, sorry, just get that flag 30 seconds.
Yeah, I was waiting for that to come across the audio channel that there was a black flag there, but I tell you what, you're not going to win friends. There goes my voice again, doing things like that.
No, absolutely not. That's, you don't want to see that, don't want to do that to anyone, but that, been carrying on, half a dozen laps now. Enough was enough the first time, but for it to continue to carry on and just intentionally run someone out of road, not give them enough room, it's just dirty racing, really. And no doubt they'll have a I talk to after this race, because I don't think that's what Stealth Sim Sport guys want to see in this series either.
Well, exactly right, but someone's just one of the viewers just put up hashtag Sean's fault, which is folks, if you're wondering what that's all about, it's a bit of an in joke going around at the moment on Facebook.
Yes, the good old hashtag Sean's fault. That was from a video shoot, and Sean caused a massive pile-up. So that's where that's stemmed from, as we see the car 51 enter pit lane, serving his stop hole penalty. But unfortunately, that's put, that's ruined the race for Sean. As we see, Craig Jones is actually down a lap as well.
Yeah, we've got a few cars down a lap now. We'll go through them, folks. We've got the 026 ERA. Brenton O'Brien's in that car driving there, a lap down. Sam Blacklock, well, he's still in there serving his punishment. Probably, don't know what they do, wire brush or something like that, but he's a lap down. The 149, Steve Varga, is also a lap down. Sean Chappell, another one for HTR2. Is a lap down. Craig Jones, of course, and Ross Rizzo is the last car on the track for the GTI Team 1 car. It looks like Sean might have got out of that car. I'm just trying to work out who his replacement driver is.
Yeah, Sean did get out of that, and Ross is the second driver in that car, so he's out there in the GTI car at the moment. Okay,
so they're down in 36th position now and a lap down, so that's their race pretty much done. Can hear a car in the kitty litter out there, and it's the 042 entry, one of the redback cars there.
The battle for P5 is really starting to heat up now. Performance Motorsport's starting to drop back with Andrew Gilliam at the wheel. Andrew drove for All-Star for a couple of races in the Prem Series last year. He's a good young bloke, plenty of talent there. So PFR, did the right thing by hooking him up. But they got a fast racer of Hayden Dodman 0.5 of a second behind him. So it'll definitely be on Reach Honda.
Yeah, as you can see, Hayden now getting that slipstream. He's going to take a look on the inside as they go too wide into turn 1. He should get this done pretty easily, which he does, and he cuts across the nose there of Andrew Gilliam, just to make sure Performance Motorsports Blue doesn't decide to send it back up on the inside.
Nice, clean, decisive move there by Hayden. He is an incredibly fast, incredibly consistent driver, so you expect to see him up in the P4 now. He'll try and hunt down the ERA car number 1 now.
Yeah, and here comes Andrew Gilliam, deep under brakes. He's tapped to the back of Hayden Dodman there, under brakes, but Hayden's held his ground and hangs on to that position in 4th position.
Yeah, Andrew was incredibly deep. He had the fronts all locked up. So yeah, he did a good job not to hit Hayden, and Hayden just did his own thing. Nothing he could have really done at that point in time anyway. If you open up the steering, you're going straight ahead into a tyre barrier anyway, so...
Yeah, and I guess being a V8 supercar driver, they'd be a bit used to the Morse code, wouldn't they?
No, they're a touring car, so absolutely.
Yeah, it's almost like it is part of the racing, isn't it? And I tell you what, Brant, our viewers out there, they're pretty eagle-eyed. It took me a while to understand what one of them meant, and the comment was, "Oh my God, where's the dashboard?" And if you look at the gyro cam, you sort of got a dashboard, you just got no instruments. It's all just carbon fibre.
Huh. Yeah. Right.
So I don't know if that's just my camera or if everyone's is like that, but it was a good pickup all the same.
Yeah, no, there's no dash, no nothing there, so that's interesting.
Yeah, so I don't know how the drivers know what they're doing, but obviously they are. And as we see Andrew having a look back on the inside of Hayden Dodman. So remember folks, we have 2 random safety cars in between lap 10 and 110. None of them have come out yet. So when that does come out, we can expect the field to close up. They also haven't done their scheduled stops yet either, Brent. So, depending how this unfolds, it might get a bit spicy out there, or juicy, I guess is the word.
Yeah, we're just watching a replay of car 26 of Harrison Kilpatrick from RKW Motorsport. Locked up the brakes massively, gets out on the dirt at turn 4 there. Lucky not to clean up the 41 car from Performance Motorsports, and then has a fairly average re-entry. So some crazy stuff going on there at the moment. The guys will have to be clear that there'll be a lot of marbles and dirt on the road there from that off down at turn 4, being one of the heaviest braking zones of this track. So have to be careful behind that. And as we see, an incident between cars 66 and 999 is being reviewed currently. Okay.
I'll tell you what, we just saw the replay there of Harrison, and that almost was a reenactment of the Courtney incident, wasn't it?
Yeah, almost nearly a carbon copy of the Courtney Bremer incident that we saw a few years ago in 2014 or 2015 at that exact same spot. So very lucky that nothing else happened from that.
Yeah, it certainly was. And Harrison at the moment, he's down in 36, 2 laps down. And Ross Rizzo, partner with Sean Thompson, he's also gone down another lap. So that car, they're down 2 laps now.
Yeah, I feel sorry for their car. Going about their night, taken out by... not their fault at all. And their race has just gone from bad to worse, unfortunately. So, good thing is it's the start of the season, so the only way they can go from here is up.
That's exactly right, and no doubt that's what they'll be trying to do. 28 laps at the moment, folks. I don't know, let's have a look at what the weather is. I know here in the comm booth is absolutely humid at the moment, and what is it out there, 31 degrees Celsius, wind speed 14 kilometres an hour. As I said, humidity is at 50 with a nice cool air temp at 25, so I wish it was like that in the comm box tonight.
Oh, I don't know about you, but I'm pretty comfortable here with my fan blowing directly on me, so it's nice and cozy here as we see KRF and Stealth Simsport 5 having a nice close battle here with Stealth Simsport making a move at the Lukey Heights to get position to move them up into 16th, I believe.
Looks like we have our first interview for tonight, so we'll bring Marty Carroll up and have a bit of a chat with him. Hi Marty, welcome to the Combox. Thanks mate for waiting. And how's the race going for SDC tonight?
Yeah, no, pretty good. As you may have seen, that we're helping out Redback Racing tonight with Ethan partnering Dave Baxter, and they put it out on pole, and Ethan's out there doing his thing out front, and I'm actually crewing for Ian Bird and Mark Samuels there.
Fantastic, yeah, we were commenting about Ethan earlier, and he's a talented driver, that man, and doing a great job out there. 8.9 seconds is the gap at the moment.
Yeah, he definitely hasn't lost a thing after his Christmas break, and a lot of our guys are on a bit of a sabbatical for this season. So, when Dave put the question out for a hand, we were more than happy to help out, and it's it's good seeing him out there doing well and representing Redback quite well.
Yeah, it certainly is. I'm surprised they didn't throw you in one of their cars and get you to work up a bit of a sweat.
There was myself and also James Knight were willing to help out and stuff, but we're not ones to take away someone's seat. So the Redback guys, they had to reshuffle a few seats, and we were happy to fill in if there was a spare seat, but we're not going to make someone sit out just to come and compete, but happy to help out in other ways, like I'm just crewing for the 032 car and helping those guys out tonight.
Yeah, fantastic. And there's been a few names out there I haven't recognised. Is Ethan a new signing to Redback, do you know?
I think Redback wishes, but no, he's still running with STC Motorsports. So.
Oh, okay. No worries,
and,
I wasn't sure.
It's just to fill in for this round. I'm not sure if the boys are going to organise to run this series. We've been a little bit disorganised with a few of us having a break over Christmas and New Year's, and so we weren't quite prepared to come back and for this first round of the series, and which looks like it's going to be a good series. It's sort of well organised and ready to rock and roll for round one, and it's good to see RRTV back for 2017 broadcasting these awesome events.
Yeah, well, this series is it's an incredible series. I love it, and I tell you what, the guys, if they end up being season champion like ERA has done, they definitely earned that championship after they run. I think they run about 20 rounds, 8 big enduros, another 4 short enduros plus sprint rounds.
Yeah, no, it's an awesome event. So, and it's good to see us. We're able to help out Dave and get him off to a good start for the championship. I know Ethan's keeping that seat warm for Aaron Lee to come back, who's another talented driver from that stable. And so, no, definitely, ERA showed the way last year with their consistency, suited them well. You had Synergy Sim Racing and the AEC, just pure consistency for these endurance events. Goes a long way, and I think there's more and more of them being available, and I'm definitely drawn to them, and we got the iRacing Daytona 24-hour coming up soon, and I know a lot of these guys and yourselves will be involved in that.
Yeah, that's right, and can just see now at the moment, Marty, the scheduled stops are starting. Ian Ford's in, they got that car all the way up to 3rd position. Luke Harvey is back into that car. We know Luke, he got the sprint champion, so they've got a good pedigree of drivers in there. But before we let you go,
knowing that car quite well, I know they've had very limited practice, and they're sort of only coming back themselves from a bit of a break. So with this car especially. So by the end of 141 laps, I'm sure they'll be on the pace.
Oh, for sure. And a bit of news, folks. The 999 has been issued a pit lane penalty and a 15-second hold penalty. So that's who's driving that at the moment. Aaron Nikev is going to have to come in and serve that penalty. Not sure what that was issued for, though.
Also looks like we have our first retirement. We see Brody and Harrison from RKW Motorsport both leave the service, so I'm guessing that's that car done for the night. And we won't be seeing them back out on track, unfortunately.
Yeah, so that's Harrison Kilpatrick, and we'll just have a look. There was a big incident by the looks of it with that car on lap 27, so we'll just jump back and have a quick look at that, and then we'll come back to our interview with Marty. So I think I saw in the background, yes I did, he actually collected the pit wall coming down the straight and then straight in the wall heavily. That looks like a hardware failure to me, just the way that car looked like there's no steering whatsoever for that car, Brent.
Yeah, I'm just going back and having a look at it now myself, Bernie. Yeah, just seems as though there's no control there, and he just veers off into the wall. Quite possibly, a malfunction or something. That's our equivalent, of an engine failure in the real series. But yeah, he's just can't turn in that car at all. So something funky's going on there with Harrison still at home.
Yeah, you could see he was after he hit the wall. He all of a sudden that steering just started slapping, almost like he was testing the steering, but it exited stage left, so to speak, into the wall. Race done.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for those guys. New team, recently formed only the last month or so, so tough initiation into the V8 Supercar for them.
Oh, it always is, isn't it? When you get a new team in the V8 Supercars, the first year, you sort of get used to trying to control the car in traffic and learn what it's like to rub shoulders with some of these guys.
Yeah, I know. I just steer clear of the V8 Supercar. Full stop. I'll pass that up to the next person.
I can definitely be a beast if the car's new to you. You spend the whole first season just trialling and error, getting used to the car and getting a handle on it, and then you can start focusing on getting out there with 40 other highly competitive guys for a 4-hour race. And so they've definitely, if they're only fresh new team, they've definitely jumped in the deep end and had a pretty solid initiation. But I'm sure they'll keep working hard and move forward and improve throughout the season.
The only way is up, being the first round of the season. So hopefully we can see those boys start to move up through the field as the season goes on and get more experience in this car.
Yeah, that's right, and you see a lot of high-profile guys that have been around for a while. There's always a bit of festive season rust out there. The racing hasn't been the super sharpest for the first round of the season, but the racing overall in general, and the competition will just get better and better. And, it's awesome seeing these type of events, being run and shown.
Yeah, for sure, and I guess the V8 Supercar, it's quite a beast to drive, as you've said, and I think what it is two things. I haven't driven this car for over a year, as I said on Facebook today, but the things that I noticed when I tried driving it is, one, you don't feel like you're going as fast as you are when you're in the car. The other one is you've got to get really good at learning throttle control and how to get that car off the corners without spinning those wheels up.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's all about throttle control and brake management. A heavy car with no aero, overpowered, undertired, she's a handful. But that's the reward and the challenge, and especially us Australia, New Zealand iRacers, definitely love it because we follow it as our home brand series, but. It's good seeing a lot of internationals coming in and trying it and, getting the same reward and thrill out of, driving this tank as we do.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see. And anyway, Marty, we should let you get going because the pit stops they've all just about happened out there. Before you go, did you want to give a shout out to all your sponsors and everyone that backs you guys?
Yeah, just KFW and SimPit is always looking after us, and And big thanks to Redback Racing for letting us help them out tonight, and it's good to see them out there doing well.
It certainly is, and that car's back in the lead. David Baxter's he's jumped in to have a run, just outbraked himself there coming into turn 4, but no doubt he's just trying to get the rhythm going. They're still leading though. They've got a 16.5 second gap back to the 25 of Synergy Sim Racing. Todd Parks has jumped into that car.
Yeah, no, definitely, and I think Dave will just get out there and do his own thing, and he's improved so much over the last 12 to 18 months, and I'm sure he'll look after it out there. As I speak, he runs off the road.
Yeah, you might need to go and get in his ear a bit and settle the old man down, I think.
All right, thanks very much, Bernie, Brent. I'll talk to you later.
See you, Marty.
Yeah, it's not a good sign when the lead race car starts running off the track, is it?
Yeah, no. It's easy to do. Cold tyres, as Marty said, big car, under aeroed, under tired, lots of horsepower. It's not a difficult thing to do. Miss your braking marker by that one, by those couple meters, apply a couple percent more braking pressure than what you normally want to, and your wheels are locked up and you're going to the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, exactly right. So your top 5 at the moment, folks, is David Baxter, Redback Racing. He is in that car. Ethan Griggold from SDC is out. The gap now 10.8 seconds after that last off. Todd Parks has jumped into the Synergy Sim Racing, the second car, the number 25, and sitting in second. Then in 097 of Performance Motorsports Blue, Forzan El Nabi is in that car at the moment, and they're third position. Mitchell McLeod's jumped into the 4 Motorsport entry, and the number 40 is in fourth, and then Luke Harvey has jumped into the ERA 1 car, and they're running in fifth at the moment.
Bernie, we've actually got our first caution of the night. Unsure if this is scheduled or if this is safety car due to an incident, but yeah, probably could have come. There's teams that haven't pit, this will benefit them greatly. They won't lose anywhere near as much track time as they did in pit lane. So a lot of these guys will be kicking themselves that maybe they didn't hold out for a couple more laps if they could have, because this has only just come out, 1 or 2 laps after the pit stops have been completed.
Yeah, and this is one of the random safety cars that we were talking about earlier, folks. If you're not up with it, basically between lap 10 and 110, there's 2 random safety cars. This is the first one of those. Brand, I'm looking at the telemetry. It looks like everyone's made their pit stops, so there shouldn't be anyone there that'll benefit greatly from that. But saying that, I don't know if any of these guys have been out for a bit, whether they're going to come back in and try to play strategy under safety car.
If you're a front runner, you wouldn't want to sacrifice your position, your traction. You'd stay out. It's if you were down at way down the back of the field, and you could get those couple extra laps, conserve like crazy under safety car. Get a couple laps up on those people around you. To be more so the guys at the back that'll do it more so than the guys at the front. Just the risk versus reward is very, very minimal, and you wouldn't gain anything out of it at all.
Yeah, I guess the only way you'd be doing it is, as you said, if you're up the back and you want to get fresh tyres or whatever. The other one could be, and we've seen ERA play this card before, is if they calculate the fuel numbers and it looks a bit iffy, some of the teams may then come in and top up to stop the last stop at the end of the night. But saying that, we've got a new safety car out there, and it looks like it's the Rough GT3. I'll tell you what, it looks pretty nice.
Yeah, just as a side note, Matthew Clowett has been black flagged for a 30-second stop hold penalty. But that roof does look good in the safety car colours. But I just want iRacing to get the Porsche on the system already. I want it now.
Do you honestly think it's going to... Well, I know the answer before you even say. I was going to say, do you honestly think it's going to handle any different to the rough? And the answer is yes.
I actually haven't touched the rough since probably the first 6 months I was on iRacing, so I can honestly not say how that car drives. But yeah, I'm just super keen for the Porsche, being a Porsche fanboy. So
yeah, the rough used to be my favourite go-to car in the GT3s. I absolutely loved that car, and haven't driven it for a while though. But yeah, there's a lot of guys super excited about the Porsche coming on. I think it was just a matter of time till they signed, because with the Blancpain partnership they've got going and a lot of the big names getting their cars signed up, I think it was a matter of time till they got Porsche. But saying that, I think it would have been pretty, a tough bargaining going across the table there to get that car signed up.
yeah, I think not only did the Blancpain most likely have something to do with it, not only did the massive, fan base that Porsche has on iRacing have to do with it, and I think the biggest thing was the fact that Porsche was finally released from the shackles of their contract with EA. And you'll find that was the biggest issue, is that EA owned the rights to gaming for Porsche. So you couldn't get a Porsche anywhere other than an EA made game. So the fact that, no less than a month after Porsche, being away from EA, they were on Assetto Corsa, it was only a matter of time until iRacing, signed with them, having an officially sanctioned Blancpain series, and with Porsche not doing much GT3 racing last year to focus, developing their new range of GT cars. It made sense for them to jump on board, and yeah, there's a lot of us that are happy that they did.
Oh, for sure. It's a very popular signing, that's for sure. And I think iRacing probably got around that, there goes my voice again, by signing up the rough.
Yeah, the rough was only ever really a placeholder, a rather clever placeholder, but really only a placeholder nevertheless for the Porsche on iRacing. So Sam's just said the roof safety car will be staying for road, and the Mustang will be for oval. So it's good to actually, have a sporty looking car on the roadside instead of that ugly looking Mustang that they had. So wise choice, iRacing. Well done.
Yeah, and as we see now, the Porsche coming in, and David Baxter will have control of this race. Someone just asked about, can you pit under caution? As far as I know, yes you can. But you have to really come in the first lap, because the scheduled safety car only stays out for about 3 laps before we go back racing. But as we're now on lap 38, it's looking like a nice clean start. But Fawzan Al Nabi having a look now on the inside of Todd Parks. He moves that car up, looking very racy. Mitchell McLeod also wants to come to the party on the outside, but he's going to have to watch out for Jordan Ross. And yeah, I've lost my way there.
Yeah, David's managed to skip away ahead. You get a good margin after the safety car restart, but yeah, there's definitely a gaggle of cars behind. Probably half a dozen plus cars, all in very close proximity. And as they often say, safety cars breed safety cars. So these boys just have to play smart, think smart, and look towards the end of the race.
We just had Todd Parks served big time there by Fawzan Al Nabi. Todd actually got that car up onto 2 wheels, and we'll have a look at the replay there of exactly what happened. There was a bit of contact coming into turn 4 and side by side into turn 5 here. It sort of unfolded a bit nasty there, and tell you what, Todd was lucky that car did not go over, but he managed to get it back on 4 wheels and continue on.
Yeah, that's a hard one to call from the angle I'm looking at the moment. I'll leave that one up to Bailey and race control. Messy restart it was a good restart from Fawzan there, but that was just a little bit messy. Lucky no other cars really got caught up, because that could have been a major shunt. Having all those cars in close proximity. Yeah,
that's right, and you're dead right. I'm not going to make a call on whose fault that was. I'll leave that up to race control. That's why we pay them the big bucks, so they can take all the heat. But I've also had race control let me know that lap 34 there was an incident with car 149, the number 5 and the number 10. The car 10 has been issued a pit lane penalty plus a 30-second hold because of that.
Yeah, I mentioned he must have been. You're probably off talking, but yeah, did mention that before. That was with Matt Clowett in the car, I believe. Yeah, so Matt did get a black flag for that in the 30-second stop hold, but they're still, they're coming out of pit lane now. So I think they've either served that penalty or that was a driver swap just then.
Yeah, and I've just spoken to race control as well. They have confirmed that was a random safety car, so that's the first one down, and we have another one that could come out at any time. They're not, folks, the way the random safety car works, as far as I understand, is it's a random lap generator that they run on a computer, and it actually tells when that lap's going to, when the safety car is going to come out. And then nobody really knows about it but one person, and so no one can benefit from knowing that sort of information. And it's really, I think it's a really unique thing that this series brings, is that random safety car. A lot of series don't have it. I've never seen anyone else run it, but it does really bring a lot to this series, and it allows the fields to bunch up, get us back to close racing, and everyone has a great time.
And it also brings, a big... sorry, a leak of where I am, wake up calls kind of does that too. Yeah, it definitely brings, that kind of strategy into it. It could either really benefit you, or it could really, be a massive pain in the rear end. So it goes either one or two ways. There's no real happy medium.
Yeah, and I tell you what, David Baxter's probably ruining the safety car at the moment, because he's got Mitch McLeod all over the back of him now, turning that blowtorch on. Oh, it's getting messy there. Forzan El Nabi's in there. Jordan Rose. No, that was one of the ERA cars, I think, going a lap down, getting it a bit locked up. But I tell you what, Mitch is he's looking hungry, and we know Mitch. He's a pretty passionate driver, isn't he? And he's going to want this lead.
Yeah, Mitchell McLeod. To quote him, I'm one of the best sim racers in the world. He's going to absolutely hate seeing that on the replay, but I had to do it. As he goes up the inside two wides, they actually touch with Baxter, so not the cleanest of moves for Mitch. Hopefully Baxter can rejoin safely, which he does. So Mitch is into P1, but he's got a fast charging Forzan El Nabi, followed by MPMS ERA car behind him. So the leads all of a sudden, from 8.5, 9 seconds down to nothing, with 5 or 6 or 7 cars all vying for a potentially specific Forzan to go up the inside here. Mitch is going to try and hold it around the outside at Honda for Siberia, which he does, retains that lead.
I tell you what, Forzan, he's an aggressive driver, isn't he? And it's fantastic to watch. I don't know if I'd like to race him, but it's fantastic to watch this aggressive driver, and just the way he places that car. And tell you what, he takes no prisoners.
Forzan is, he's a very fast, very talented young guy. Another one from PMS, so Benny's done a brilliant job there. As we see him dive down the inside of Lukey Heights, can he pull the car up? Can he get the power down? That's the question. No, Mitch will hold that position. The ERA car will try to go around up the inside here, but Forzan doesn't allow him. So lead definitely heating up here. Lap 41, so they've still got 105 laps to go, so it's still an incredibly long way to go as we see rear bumper damage to Mitch's car.
And if the folks out there are wondering where the 026 is, that car is being driven by Ryan O'Sullivan for ERA, and they're a lap down, so they're racing hard because they're trying to get that car back on the lead lap, and they could smell a great opportunity here to do that, and that's why that car is in the mix at the moment.
While there is a great opportunity, they'll also not want to, interfere too much. Just bide their time, and if the two up the front do trip over, then they have a chance to get it back. They don't want to get caught up in too many shenanigans, or worse, cause shenanigans. As we see Forzan again trying to go down the inside here. Mitch will once again try to hold around the outside for Siberia.
Yeah, he doesn't have it this time, and Forsen makes that move. You can also see Ryan there also looking at trying to get past Mitch as well, but he tucks back in there. And then we've got David Baxter. He's in the background there, sitting in third position. Right behind him, though, is Jordan Ross. Haven't spoken much about Jordan. He's there for Synergy Sim Racing 3, and they've got that car in fourth position, and that car's been looking pretty strong all night.
Yeah, just looking at their qualifying results, they qualified 7th in the 375 car, now up to 4, so it's a net gain of 3 positions. He's really hustling the back of Baxter here. Baxter's got about a second to make up to Forsen with a lapped car in between, so the front two do have that buffer of that lapped car that, like you said, won't really want to get out of the way because he's in a prime position to potentially get his lap back. So it'll be interesting to see what this MPMS car BRA does.
Yeah, as long as you said, they're not holding up the cars behind them, I guess they're entitled to be there. But if he starts backing Red back up into the back of Synergy there, then a few things might be said on the radio at that point.
Yeah, well, all the iRacing blue flags don't mean, they don't actually mean you have to move over. It's just a warning. It's, common courtesy, as you've seen in real life. If there's a blue flag, you generally step over. You're a lap down. You don't want to interfere too much in the race up the front. Yeah,
exactly right. But on the flip side of that, you don't also want to have to step aside all the time. Because once you have to start doing that, your race is pretty well done and dusted, and you might as well just park it because you're never going to get that rhythm back with this amount of cars on the track.
That's it. Generally, what personally I do is, if the car behind you is faster and you're a lap down, you let them go. If you're faster than the car, then you obviously try to margin on them and go along your merry way. As long as you're not causing the car behind you to be held up, then it's fine to stay in front, in my opinion.
Yeah, I totally agree, and we can see there at the moment, Ryan's definitely got the pace. David's not catching him that much, and he's not like all over the back of him, so this battle between Jordan and David is not being impacted by that ERA car, so Ryan's doing the right thing there. And meanwhile, up front, Forsen El Nabi, he's starting to get a bit of a gap on Mitch McLeod now.
Yeah, it's out to about half a second from Mitch, and then Redback have about 2.1 to make up now. So if I were Redback, I would potentially, try and get his minimum laps done, get him a couple stints in the car, and then get Ethan back in the car, to try and reel these front boys in and, give him a real fighting chance of potentially going for a race win here.
Yeah, as we see Jordan there just start the Morse code in the back, telling him I want to get through, but he's not only got that, he's got Todd Parks for Synergy Sim Racing behind Jordan, and then behind him you've got Luke Harvey for ERA1. So you're dead right, he needs to get his minimum laps up. The minimum that David has to do though is 51 laps.
Yeah, so that's probably a stint and a half, probably minimum at least 2 stints in the car. So I think their plan would be, to double stint him, get his laps done, and then get Ethan in the car. Ethan will be, right nice and rejuvenated by then, and then he can just carry the car home. Yeah,
that's right. And the big role there, as you said, for David is get your laps in, keep the car in good nick, and keep it in. You'd probably want to keep it in the top 10, preferably the top 5, so that when you get Ethan back in the car, he's got a car he can drive and a position that he can try to get that car back up again.
That's exactly right. At the moment, Baxter's doing a pretty good job there, sitting in 4th. Synergy and ERA haven't found a way around him yet, and he's got about 4-second margin to the next car behind them two. So as long as he can keep it here and 5 top 6, or as he gives Ross a bit of a hefty Morse code on the back of the Synergy car there through Honda, if he can just keep it here, they're in with a real chance of racing. On saying that, there's still 101 laps to go, so an incredibly long way to go for these V8 guys.
Yeah, it certainly is, isn't it? And Luke Harvey's doing a great job, back up to 6th. That car pretty much started 8th, got up to 4th, dropped back down again, and now they're on the march back up again.
Is this the ERA car? So Luke Harvey's actually just, not sure if he's been punted or if he's just run wide at Lukey. Yeah, he's just missed his braking marker. Decided to open up the steering as to not punt the 25 car, so smart move by Luke, just, not block the brakes up, and just not risk anyone else and just run off into the runoff area there at Lukey Heights and rejoin safely. So smart play by ERA, but that'll drop him down behind Glenn Postlethwaite.
Did you see the car that was behind Luke Harvey?
That's the number 89 car?
It's only one thing I'm going to say, hashtag Sean's fault.
Oh no.
Sean's not actually in the car, but I think it was their car behind him.
Oh no. Oh no, Sean, contain yourself please.
It's alright, I'm glad Sean can take a joke, because I have a lot of respect for him as a person and as a driver. He's a great bloke. Well, on that note, it looks like we have an interview down there, and that's Brenton Hobson. He's in the 25 car. Todd Parks is in that car at the moment. They're in 5th. I might throw you in the deep end, Brent, and you can have a bit of a chat with him while I get some water.
Yeah, just quickly before you do go, the Glenn's Postlethwaite has actually made hefty contact with Matt Stratford in the car, I believe, for PMS. Bruce Keeley, sorry, in that Newland entry. He's just made heavy contact with Denny Trim at Siberia there, and sent Denny off into the gravel and spinning. So, much like the Forsen move, untidy at best, but both cars come out relatively unscathed, I think.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at the telemetry, and I can't find either driver there to show the viewers, but it sounds like they're both back and running. Just having a look at where the 95 is, because they were strong, weren't they, up until that incident earlier on tonight.
95 is in 7th position now, and car 41 was the Performance Motorsport car that got tangled up in that, is now down in 13th.
Yeah, so they suffered quite a bit from that impact by the looks of it.
Yeah, it was not as big as the Synergy incident, but still, big enough to have Denny spin off and have to wait to, lose half a dozen positions to rejoin safely.
So how long ago do you think that unfolded? And I'll just see if I can jump back and we can have a look at it.
Just last lap after turn 4.
Okay, so let's try something here, folks. We'll see if I can jump back far enough. It always gets messy when we try this. Hold your breath. Is it going to work? Is it going to work? Have a look. We've got at the moment turn 4, and at this point we've got Bruce Keeley just in front, and he backed out of it, and he let oh yeah, that was strange. That was a really strange incident, because Bruce actually got out of the gas and he let the other driver through, and then when he came in on the next corner, he took the car on the inside and spun him around.
Yeah, it was an awkward incident there. One for race control to have more fun looking at. A busy night so far on the first opening 46 laps of the race for Bailey down there, having to hand out a few penalties.
Yeah, well, I guess all the guys have had a nice long Christmas break, and they're all excited and have a bit of racing withdrawal, and decided to take it out on each other.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way.
Yeah, they've all taken their angry pills, I think, but at the moment we've got Forzen El Nabi. He's got a 1.8 second lead over Mitch McLeod in second, and then they've got a 6 second lead back to Jordan Ross, who's having this battle with David Baxter and Todd Parks at the moment.
And Todd is actually Brenton's teammate, so performing quite well tonight.
Certainly is, and I might bring him up now and you can have a chat with him, because I've run out of water, and you know what happens then, don't you?
You turn into a rusty. Your throat turns into a rusty machine and can't function properly.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly it. And then you've got to carry the whole broadcast, and then we've got one unhappy man up here.
And then everything goes to sugar honey iced tea, and I run away crying. It's not that bad.
I'll bring Brenton up. You can have a chat. I'll be back in 5. I promise.
Okay, it'll be pretty awkward, but nevertheless.
Oh, I'm just getting water. I'll be right. You'll be right.
Oh, thanks, Bernie. Hey, Brenton, welcome to the RRTV Comms Box. How's your race going tonight, mate?
Hey, Brent, how's it going? It's going alright. We're just sort of putting along and trying to stay out of trouble as best we can and see how we pan out towards the end of the race.
I bet it's good to be back in the car after, a few months break, and good to actually, be back into a competitive series again. As we know, a lot of these series, have Christmas off to prepare for the new year, and it's obviously coming back bigger and better, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's right. It's awesome to have this series start up again. We had a lot of fun in this one last year, so I've sort of been looking forward to it coming back, because we do tend to sort of take it as a bit of a stress release type series. We all jump in, have a bit of fun. We don't take it too seriously, and that's sort of why we all enjoy it as much as we do. So, we've been glad to come back and looking forward to this one, and it's sort of good preparation for Scops, I suppose, when it kicks off again here in another month or two, and that's sort of what we're using it for, a bit of practice to get our eye in on the new car.
I bet having a 650-kilometre race to open the series with was not something you're expecting. Most series, generally have a shorter race, but to have 650 kilometres, that's a fairly huge ask to come back, after a couple months off, to jump straight back in the car for, 140 odd laps around Phillip Island.
I love it. I think it's great. No easing into it, just throw us in the deep end, and that's good. And the new build for the V8 Supercar with the new tyre model last season, it's been hard to sort of judge where everyone's at. I know I haven't spent pretty much any time in the car, and I've been struggling, and it's sort of been a bit of a guessing game. Who's where's everyone at? And a race like this will really sort you out. It's a tough track. It's hard on tyres. We know the degradation is really, really high now, and the cars are a lot slower. They're a lot harder to drive. It's different, but it's been good to come back in here and really sort of see where we measure up against everyone else.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that for the viewers who didn't know, the V8 had a lot of work put into it over the off season to bring it back to more real life speeds. Tyre deg actually makes a difference now. So as you were saying, I bet that's kind of muddled up a lot of your previous setups, and made it really difficult to try and get a feel for the car once you've been out of it for a couple months. And as you said, with Prem Series coming up, you kind of really want to be on top of that for such a big year-long series, and having a 650 kilometre race is a good way to not only allow the cobwebs, but work out where you are with the car and what you can do to improve upon it for the remainder of the year.
Yeah, that's pretty much the nail on the head there. The car's different, so you have to sort of factor that in, and the only way to really test how it's different is just to do laps. And a lot of the guys do laps in practice sessions and hosted sessions and things like that across the summer, and they're the guys who are fast at the minute. They've done the time to learn how the car's different. I haven't. I've been lazy, and probably should have done a bit more time in the car than I did. And the effect of that is that we weren't sure where we were. So a big race like this is a good way to test it out, and I have to change the way that I drive the car now to what I did to be any good in it. So this is a good way to sort of do that.
In saying that though, just to fly P3 and be P5 48 laps into the race, you can't be too happy with that, as we see a multiple car incident causing a yellow flag. So that's the second caution of the night, not a random one. So what do you reckon a few guys will do here? Brenton, do you reckon they'll hold the pit lane, get some fresh rubber, top the cars up, or do you reckon they'll stay out and try and go for that track position?
It's been a little while since the last pit stops. I think that we've probably seen most of the guys come in, grab those fresh tyres because they're worth a bit now. Any chance you get to grab some free fuel, you might as well do that as well. So, I think you'll see most of the guys come in, to be honest. But it's hard with the strategy now. It's changed. Like the way it's different. You have to you have to sort of take tyres when you get the chance. So we'll see what happens. We'll see how it plays out.
And of course, with that higher tyre deck, as you mentioned, the undercut, it's like in real life now in iRacing, it actually has, it has an effect on what you do, whether or not you're caught up in traffic and in a battle. You can potentially, try and undercut that person in front of you. So it's good to see iRacing incorporating, those real life aspects to the sim and actually make it more lifelike for, the guys on iRacing.
Yeah, it adds an extra sort of element, extra layer to racing in this enduro stuff, especially where, we didn't really have that bad a tyre degradation before, and you just sort of, it was based around fuel strategy. But if you have to start worrying about what tyres are like, there's probably a couple of seconds here for a couple of laps until the tyres start to go away to be made in fresh tyres. So the guys that come in 2-3 laps earlier than someone else, they'll pull 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 seconds in a couple of laps on good tyres. So you can't let that undercut happen anymore. And if you can make the undercut, you sort of want to. So yeah, it adds an extra layer, and I think that's great because I like the strategy stuff. I think that makes the racing more interesting as a driver and a spectator. And I think it's good that iRacing's done that now. So we've got something else to play with when it comes to the strategies. And a lot of people say that we're sort of pretty handy on the strategy side. Some people say it's dumb luck. Depends on who you're asking, but it's good to be able to have a little bit of an extra angle to work on now.
Bernie, do you have any questions for Brenton at all?
No, not at the moment, Brenton. I was just having a look at, we were running with Todd Parks there as he was having a good battle there with David Baxter. The only question I had is trying to work out what cars are involved in the safety car, which of course Brenton doesn't know that, so no questions.
Yeah, I don't know, sorry.
But
Brenton, do you want to give your sponsors a quick shout out before Todd potentially comes in for a driver swap?
It won't be a driver swap at the minute, so that's all good. It's
revealing your hand here.
Yeah, no driver swap at the minute. I don't feel like getting back in. Shout out to Bruce Juice, Newlon, CSR Fabrications, the guys that we've got on our cars here tonight, and obviously shout out to Todd for jumping in, having a race with me. We've got Bruce and Posy in one of the other cars, and who's in the last one, we've got Daniel and Jordan. So shout out to all them for jumping in and having a race tonight and getting in the spirit of it to start off the new year.
yeah, fantastic, Brenton, and thanks for popping in. We're having a look at the pits at the moment, and like all V8s, it's getting pretty hectic in there. We've had probably 3/4 of the field take advantage of this.
Yeah, that's sort of what I predicted. I thought you'd see most of the guys near the front come in and grab some tyres and fuel, so I'm not too surprised to see all that.
Yeah, one thing I'm surprised about, and I don't know what the ruling is on this as far as pit exit goes, but we noticed some of the drivers took the first exit and a couple of others took the long way around, all the way down to the end corner.
Yeah, I have to say I'm not quite sure if there's any rules in place for that. Most people, or most series that you run here, sort of say it's up to the driver leaving the pits to make a safe pit exit, so you can't come screaming out of that first exit in front of 5 cars and get cleaned up. It's on you if you do that. So I think that it's sort of up to the discretion of the drivers to make sure that they do the right thing, but it's obviously a bit slower to go down around that long exit, so I don't know that you'll see too many guys doing that.
Yeah, and I guess even if you do, the spotter, the iRacing spotter is going to tell you where you have to slot in anyway, so there's no benefit whatsoever doing that under yellow.
Oh, under yellow, yeah, you don't matter which way you go. It's more under green flag that it's an issue, but I don't think there's any rules in place about which way you have to go. I might be wrong. I might be completely wrong about that. I hope I'm not. Who knows?
No worries. Well, thanks for popping in, Brenton, and we better let you get back to it because it's going to get interesting with 53 laps down. I don't even think we're halfway yet. No, we're not. I tell you what,
oh, dear.
10 o'clock at night. I want to go to bed.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Well, the safety car is in, folks. We're back to racing. Daryl Hockey's leading the race at the moment because he did not come into the pits. Nick Hausler, he's sitting in second. at the moment, and then we've got Stephen Varga in the 149, and I'd say these guys are just trying to get their car back on the lead laps at the moment. And then Rod Denya, 4th in TDR, 5th is Forzan El Nabi. So while we're on a bit of having a bit of an interview there, a few things from race control, folks. The number 95, they have been issued a pit lane penalty plus a 30-second hold penalty. Not sure what for, but that was issued before the safety car, so they'll have to serve that at some point. As far as the safety car, that was brought out for those 4 cars as we mentioned. I'm just not sure what 4 cars are involved in that.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, Bunny, I'm not entirely sure either. My apologies, but I do know that Andrew Gilliam had the penalty for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why. I can only maybe hazard a guess that it was for the incident at Liberia. As we go 3 wide into Lukey Heights, it's not going to end well as you see a car going off there. And that was a David Baxter again, maybe? David Baxter was definitely caught up in it. It was an ERA car, 226, sorry, that went trying to go 3 wide with David Baxter and Danny Trim.
Yeah, these guys are pretty much all the way down in 12th position at the moment. They had a very long pit stop, which cost them a lot of positions. They were running in the top 4 at the start of the race. They were the pole sitter, but at the moment, it must be said, David's got his work cut out because he's down into the angry pack now. He's got Mark Beckett behind him. We've got Bruce Keeley for the 95, Newell on entry, and then we've got Jason Bentz, Brady Myers. So, there's a lot of good drivers down there, and they're all racing for sheep stations tonight.
Yeah, they've all definitely taken their angry pills, just going absolutely bonkers, as we see Brady Myers, Jason Bentz, making a huge lunge at the PFR GTI car there, getting it done, pulling it up, but that came from a long way back to get it done.
Yeah, and that's the thing in these cars, you have to be decisive, don't you? When you're going to make a move, you have to make it.
You have to, definitely signal your intentions very clearly, as we see Jason trying to make another move on the 95 now at Lukey Heights. Gonna hold it. Goes around the outside. Good move there by Jason.
Certainly was. I was expecting him to have to tuck back into Bruce Keeley there, but good move, good driving there. And as Jason starts to get it slidey a bit, you can see the 95 peeling off now to do their track penalty, their race penalty, 30-second hold. So they're out of the mix once again. Tell you what, that 95, they've had one hell of a night, haven't they?
They started up, then went down, then went up. It's been a very topsy-turvy night for them, unfortunately. It's been consistently inconsistent. I guess that's the best way you can really say it, Bernie.
Yeah, I'd say that's a good way to say it. And we've got Brady Myers, Progression Racing Australia, back here in 15th. We haven't seen much of this car, but they're looking like they're having a good run there in the top 20.
The PRA, they're a young team with a lot of younger guys and newer guys to the V8 Supercar, so it's good to see them getting their toes wet, into these series, mixing it with some of these better teams. Qualified 26th up to 15th, so it's a net gain of 11 positions. It's smart racing and keeping the car somewhat clean. Has got them into this position, and hopefully they can continue to claw their way up through the night and just keep it clean and finish the race.
Yeah, well, they're definitely doing that at the moment, but saying that, not even halfway yet. I can't believe I'm saying that, but I am. And then behind him we've got Braden Bateman. He's in quite a bit of a battle there with Nick Cummings and Aaron Nikhev for HTR5, having a good battle. So really, it's a fantastic series, isn't it? Because all up and down the field, these guys are fighting for position, so they're all going to come away from tonight feeling absolutely exhausted, but probably very satisfied.
Yeah, that's it. It's going to be, it's such a long race to get your toe back into it. It's really going to test, the boys from the men, and who's put in the practice and who hasn't with this new car. I think that's really starting to show with some of these boys up the front at the moment. The boys who've taken their pit stops, and once the the field clears and we have the effective race leader back in the race lead.
Yeah, well, that's right. At the moment, we've got Brian Borg there for Laser Racing. He's got Nick Hausler and Todd Parks behind him. Todd's just cleaned up Nick. Well, he's passed him, didn't clean him up. And now Todd's starting to work on the back of Brian there.
Yeah, the boys, they're starting to get it. Rob Denyer from UDR starting to get a little bit angry up the front here. Starting to get into a few awkward moves as we see Denny try to make a very brave move through one of the back sweepers of the circuit as Jason Bentz nearly gets a touch there from Rob. All managed to make it move, make it through cleanly. Rob just gives up those positions, so in a matter of 2 corners he's dropped 3 or 4 positions.
Yeah, he's running down in 14th now. He was running 10th at the start of this lap.
Yeah, a factor that would be some of those guys also went into pit lane and grabbed fresh rubber, as Brenton alluded to before in his interview. So, grabbing fresh rubber whenever you can really has, 5 or 6, 2 or 3 laps where you can gain 5 or 6 seconds on, the car in front or behind, depending on where you are. So, that could potentially be a reason, or potentially just you drive to the V8 Supercar getting a feeling. But great to see him out here, nevertheless, giving it a crack.
Oh, for sure. It certainly is. I'm all for seeing new drivers, new teams, whoever wants to come to a series. I love seeing them turn up and watch them progress throughout the year. It's fantastic. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, by your silence, I probably said something that was totally off topic then, did I?
No, just one of those lulls in conversation. Still Simsport, though, leading the way, but they have the car, number 1 ERA car, only 0.3 of a second behind them, followed by Performance Motorsports Blue. That's the 097 car. So Forsen back up the front there. I think, did Forsen pit when that last safety car was called? I'm not entirely sure.
Yes, he did, and so did ERA. They also pitted. Daryl Hockey did not pit. That's why he's up the front at the moment.
Yeah, okay, so once Daryl starts to trickle down the order with that older rubber on that car, the effective race leader is looking to be no surprise here. The car, number 1 car from ERA, followed very, very closely by Forsen, and then Synergy in P3. So the top 3. All very much line astern in a second, so nearly 60 laps in to have these cars very, very close. As car 1 goes to make a move. Daryl's not given this lead up easily, but he should really just realise that the older rubber's not benefiting him now. There was a period where it would have, but he's probably due to come into pit lane and get that car serviced, so no point really holding these boys up and potentially causing, mayhem. Yeah,
well, we've got Luke Harvey in there, Forsen El Nabi, Jordan Ross, very racer, he's right behind Forsen as well. Daryl Hockey sitting in second, but as you said, he has not pitted yet, and he's got to watch it, because one of these guys, if they won't do it intentionally, but they could end up turning him around if he's not careful.
Yeah, this is really holding up Forsen. This is really not, it's not smart racing by Dale, to be brutally honest. He should just back out of it, let these faster guys through. They're up the front for a reason. They've taken their pit stops, so this is definitely cost Forsen, 1.3 seconds to ERA, and that's not what he wants. Forsen will not be happy about this. He'll want to get past Daryl at turn 4 and want to absolutely shove it up the inside and get that move done, because this is costing him huge amounts of time to ERA.
Certainly is. I was getting a flashback there when you said shove it up. I was thinking, oh god, we're going back to Bassett with you're all a bunch of whats.
Oh no, not that crazy. As we see Daryl again driving the car down the middle of the road, giving Forsen no option. He's driving very defensively. losing time and costing Forsen a lot of time as well, as we see Forsen have a bit of a wiggle there from wheel spin.
But I'll back Daryl on this. He's not a lap down. He's put that car there. Yeah, he doesn't have to get out of the way if he doesn't want to, and he's doing what anyone would do placed in that position. He's trying to defend. The thing he's got to be careful of though is Forsen's he's gonna serve him, as we just saw then.
As we see Forsen down the inside now, hugging the inside curb. Can't get the drive off the corner.
Yeah, Forsen
still holding it there.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. He's holding it there, and we're riding with Forsen at the moment, and there's no hand gestures going on in the car. He's got both hands on the wheel, looking very, very relaxed and composed.
I can't imagine in TeamSpeak that would be the way. As we see him trying to take a look down the inside of turn 1, not up far enough. You'd have to think Darryl would be soon to come in and with being fair while since his last pit stop. As we see Forsen get a good run out of turn 2 there, heading into turn 3. He should hopefully be able to stick it up the inside here. He's riding the bumper of the Stealth Simsport car. As he puts it down the inside, Dog gives him room, he yields. Good driving by both. No contact.
It's saying that Forsen spun the wheels up, and look who's back on the inside, Mr. Hockey.
Darryl, he holds it. He's doing a good job here. As we see Jordan going to try and stick the car up the inside. This is for effectively P2 and P3 in the race. Oh, very close there. Too wide through this part of the track. Doesn't really work, boys, but they managed to make it work somehow. Jordan will have the inside line for Lukey Heights, and slight contact there, Forsen down to P3.
Yeah, this is when I always talk about the temperature rising. I don't mean the weather temperature. It's the temperature under those helmets start to rise, and at the moment with Jordan and Forsen there drifting the car out, I think Forsen's temperature's risen a little bit.
Yeah, no doubt the heart rate and some choice words will be said. ERA's starting to run away with this now. They've got a 2.8 second lead over Stealth Simsport over their nearest competitors who've done their pit stops, 3.3 and 3.8 seconds respectively. ERA have a fairly large margin here. Darryl's by no means is Darryl doing anything overly bad. He's just placing the car, not overly defensive, but he's not also driving like an idiot. He's put the car there through the strategy play by not pitting, so these guys have to work to get around him.
Yeah, that's right. As we see now, Jordan putting it up on the inside, and Darryl got a bit of a spin there and Jordan made it look easy, didn't he? Forsen's probably going, well, why the hell didn't that work for me a couple of laps ago?
Yeah, Forsen just was a little bit too eager on the throttle those previous couple of laps, just ignited the wheels up a little bit. But he can get the car close enough for Lukey Heights and down into the hairpin here. Could have the move done as he's right on the rear bumper.
Yeah, he's got to do it under brakes on the inside here. Looks like Darryl's going to hold on the outside, bit of contact.
Yeah, you've also got to remember, Forsen's got to be careful of that. Contact with very close contact with the Laser Racing car there. That could have ended very, very messy.
Yeah, well, we've got Brian Borg in the 017 and then Todd Parks behind him in the 25. They're all on the back of Forsen El Nabi now, and these guys are all racing for position, just like Darryl Hockey is ahead of them. But, once the traffic starts to back up like it is, it becomes that cork in a bottle, and things can happen, and sometimes they're not pretty.
No, as we saw earlier on, Hayden Dodman must be caught up in something at the moment, just commenting in the race feed there. But yeah, Forsen may have also used up his tyres a little bit too quickly as well, so that's something that may be playing into this.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, isn't it? With these cars, you can burn the tyres up pretty easily if you start spinning them up, and we know Forsen has been doing that, so the tyre temp might be a bit high.
That's exactly right, and that's not something that you want to have at all. Got a good run through the back section of the track here. He'll try again at Lukey Heights for about the 6th lap running.
Yeah, and meanwhile Brian's got Todd Parks on the outside. Brian goes defensive. Now Forsen back on the inside. Darrell on the outside. He'll have the inside. He's going to hold it again. And he's going to hold him out, I think.
Forsen gets it done with a good move, holding it around the outside here. Now he'll just be able to run away. Hopefully, hunt down those ERA cars. He's 4 seconds, nearly 5 seconds behind him now. So that's cost him a lot of time there. But now he'll just have to have eyes forward, hit his marks, and try and reel in those seconds that he lost during that battle.
Yeah, that's right. But if you look at Darrell at the moment on the back of him, Darrell's not that slow, He's doing a fantastic job out there. And he's hanging on the back of Forsen now. He's not dropping back. If anything, Brian and Todd, who are battling, are dropping back a little bit.
Yeah, Stealth Simsport seem to have that car of Darrell's hooked up really, really well. Sticking to the back of Forsen there. Plus, you'll have the slipstream effect as well. So.
Sorry, I was just reading the commentate, our race chat there from our viewers. Yeah, he's doing a fantastic job. That car is definitely hooked up, and I was just looking at the telemetry. I've got it down that he's only stopped once. He must have stopped more than once. We're into 64 laps of this race.
If he's managing to get over 30 litres of, 32 litres, 32 laps, sorry. For these tanks, then that's incredible mileage, considering a lot of these guys have stopped 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, exactly right. So, I don't know if he stopped in the last pit stops, Brent. He could have stopped and come out with a good position, because he's definitely driving that car like it's on fresh tyres.
Forsen's definitely got pace. Just looking at telemetry here, he was 4.8 seconds previous lap. He's now down to 4.2, so cut out a huge chunk of 0.6 of a second to Luke Harvey here. So Forsen's definitely got the eyes forward. His heart rate will still be up from those half a dozen, 10 laps with Darrell there. So he'll want to try and reel in that. So he'll be trying to pump out quali lap after quali lap for the next few times, for the next half a dozen laps to try and reel in synergy in the ERA car and reignite this battle again.
Yeah, well, that's it, isn't it? He needs to close that gap, and he's got a bit of work to do. But saying that, as you said, 0.6 of a second. His last lap was a 1:31.933. The other two in front of him, that's Luke Harvey, Jordan Ross. They're both in the low to mid 1:32s.
Yeah, so he's definitely got pace. And Jordan Ross is actually very close ahead, so he's not that far ahead. So Forsen's closed up massively on Jordan, so I'm not sure if Jordan's had an incident there or if Forsen's just going balls to the wall, bat out of hell style in that hybrid Simrad HRS Solutions Commodore.
And our question was just answered. Darrell Hockey's driven the car into the pits, so he was definitely off pit. So off pit strategy there, but so he's finally brought that car in for his scheduled stop.
Yeah, that'll drop him down the order a fair way. I'm going to say he'll probably come out around about P20, P22, around about that area, I reckon. My maths could be entirely wrong, that's just an entire stab at the dark, but yeah, Forsen is he's a dozen car widths or so behind Jordan Ross now, so he's definitely reeled him in, and he's pulled another 0.6 of a second to ERA1, so Forsen they've definitely got that 097 car just absolutely hooked up at the moment, Bernie.
Certainly has. He's 0.5 of a second down on him now, and that's down on Jordan Ross, so we know Jordan's no slouch behind the wheel, that's for sure. So he's definitely got it hooked up. In fact, he's the fastest car on the track at the moment with a 1:31.783. His fastest lap was a 1:31.072. That's Forsen El Nabi.
Yeah, Forzen's definitely got the eyes forward. You could imagine if you could turn the lights on in these V8 supercars, they would absolutely be on and trying to distract Jordan as much as humanly possible, though I don't think that's overly needed at the moment.
I'm surprised that they can't flash lights on these cars.
At the moment, iRacing's only really got it set to major endurance racing cars, so GT3, HPD, that's mostly it, I think. Oh, and your Aston Martin and Corvette along with the C7.
Okay. They probably...
traditional style of endurance racing cars is what they have the lights on, but yes, it would be good to have flashing lights on the V8 supercars, definitely in these kind of circumstances. As Forzen sends it up the inside from way back here. Good move, gets that move done. Forzen back up to P2.
Yeah, he did that pretty easily, didn't he? Well, I wouldn't say easily. A lot easier than he did trying to overtake Darryl Hockey.
Yeah, Jordan would have seen it coming. Jordan would have known by his relative box that Forzen was just absolutely just mowing him down. So no point really fighting it. You know, you still got a long way in the race to go. Just let him by and just focus on your race, keep hitting your marks, and be smart about it.
Yeah, so now Performance Motorsports Blue up to second. They have a live gap. Let's have a look at it. 2.7 seconds. No, that's wrong. What is the gap? Yeah, about 2.7 seconds up to Luke Harvey.
So, you know, in the space of 2 or 3 laps, he's pulled that gap down over 2 seconds. So Forzen is just absolutely on fire in that car. Race is well and truly on. 2.7 seconds at the rate that Forzen is not a very large gap for Luke. So he'll be possibly starting to get a bit worried about Forzen mowing him down this quick.
Yeah, well, that's one thing he's got to watch. But the thing is now Forzen can see him. And he's not that far up the track. We're coming into turn 4. Luke's into turn 4 now, and Forzen's, well, he's in there too. So 2.6 sounds like a lot, but it isn't really, is it?
No. As we see Forzen entering turn 5 and Luke exiting turn 5. So you'd know, Bernie, having that ability to, you know, see the car and the distance visibly decrease, it definitely does a lot for your laps, that's for sure. You definitely, you know, want to push a little bit harder each lap to try and get up to him as quick as possible, and that's what Forzen will be seeing now, and he'll know that he's faster by the rate that he's closed down on him.
Yeah, I know from experience I'd much rather be the chaser than the chased, because when you're the chased it's so much harder, I feel anyway, to hit your marks, where if you're chasing them down you tend to get that magical half a second a lap gain on them.
Luke's actually just pulled into pit lane, so Forzen will take the lead of the race now, and he'll be looking to, you know, get a good 2 or 3 laps under his belt. Very good few next laps, good in lap, continue to gain that time, and hopefully, if they play their cards right, come out in front of ERA. It'll be very close nevertheless.
Yeah, and it depends to see if they're going to react to it this time or not, because they're going to have to watch that if they stay out too long, ERA can get that, you know, as they call it, the undercut, which is what Forzen's trying to do at the moment. I'm just blabbing on, it's been a long time.
Yeah, Forzen doesn't want to leave it too late, because those fresh tyres on Luke's car will, as Brenton alluded to before, allow him to get, you know, a few seconds margin on him very quickly, and Forzen won't want that after all the hard work, so he'll want to pull into pit lane the next couple of laps after a good few next laps. Oh god, I'm tongue tied.
Yeah, so you're catching it too. At least you're going to...
Long story short, Forzen wants to put in a good couple of laps here to maintain that fast pace and actually gain on Luke, so he doesn't lose more time. I got it out eventually.
Eventually. Yeah, we can see Forzen's going around again, so he's chosen not to react. He's definitely driving to the numbers and the strategy by the looks of it. And it'll be interesting to see when these guys all go through where it's at. I'm just having a look. Okay, so let's go through our top 5, folks, and might even do the top 10. So Forza Al Nabi in the 97, Performance Motorsports Blue is leading at the moment. They have a 2-second gap now over Jordan Ross in the Synergy Sim Racing 3 car. Brian Borg in the 017 Laser Racing 3 sitting in 3rd, closely followed by Todd Park Synergy Sim Racing in 4th. 5th is the 226 Evolution Racing Australia with Mark Pickett driving that car at the moment. Then fairways down, Jason Bentz Laser Racing 2 sitting in 6th position. 7th we have Mitchell McLeod in 4 Motorsport. 8th, right behind him is Daniel Trim for Performance Motorsports. They're actually in 8th position, yes. 9th is Progression Racing Australia, Brady Mayers. And then rounding out your top 10 is the 999 HDR5 with Aaron Nekev driving that car.
Orzen's just gone around again, Bernie, so he's definitely driving to a fuel number, probably just trying to empty that tank, or, you know, you'll probably have Andrew beside him calculating how much time he's gained on what his fastest lap was compared last lap to ERA to try and make sure, you know, they've get over that 2 seconds gained, so they can come back out in the effective lead of this race.
Yeah, well, the last lap, Forza Al Nabi did a 132.061, which isn't too bad considering they're all in the 132s again. My voice just about went. We'll see what Luke Harvey does once he does that, his first fast lap.
Everyone's slowly starting to become spread as this race goes on. There's a few cars very close. You got the 25 of Todd Parks in very close quarters with the 017 and 226 for the battle of P3. They're separated by less than a tenth of a second, so very close.
Fantastic. If the folks can hear all the dinging going on, I'm just getting a few messages from race control, so that's why I'm not responding to you, Brent. I'm doing other stuff while you're talking.
Oh, good. Jamie Owens was black flagged 15 seconds a couple laps ago as well. I'm not entirely sure why. I can not tell you, as we see Todd actually trying to make a move down the inside of the Laser Racing car. Does he get it done? He does. Good move. He'll cover for the entry to turn 2 here, just to make sure that 017 can't make a move up the inside.
Yeah, the 017's giving him a bit of a tap, though, saying he wants that back, but Todd's not going to have a bar of that. And yeah, 3rd position for Synergy Sim Racing, and now as Laser Racing, gee, they go deep under brakes.
This is starting to become quite the traffic jam. There's a massive host of cars behind them. All, you know, some of them are a lap down, so you got lap cars, mixed battling lap cars, you got lead lap cars battling lead lap cars. It's getting very messy, and these guys want to sort this out very quickly.
Yeah, for sure, and when you start getting traffic like this, it starts getting a bit of a recipe going.
Wasn't going around again, so he's obviously there, not shy on fuel. He's got a 3.3 second lead to Synergy Sim Racing 3, so Synergy Sim Racing may well react whenever Forza reacts and then come in then, but those top 2 have, you know, an extra 8 seconds, another 8 seconds to the Laser Racing, Synergy and ERA cars respectively.
And we just saw Mark Pickett there going down the main straight, 2 wheels off in the dirt, getting it a bit shaky. He's gathered it up again, but he's in that angry pack of traffic there, and definitely he'll be earning his racing stripes tonight.
You see a message come up from race control. Sean Chappell just received a 30-second stop-go penalty. Not sure for what incident or who he drives for. I'm trying to find that bit.
Yeah, no worries. There's been quite a few penalties tonight, hasn't there? But I think that goes down to the fact that we've got an angry bunch of boys out here all getting stuck into each other. Maybe they all didn't get the right present for Christmas, and they're all just bashing into each other tonight.
Yeah, they are. There's been a couple of guys out here carrying on like a couple of little schoolboys, that's for sure, with some of the incidents we've seen. But yeah, for the most part, I think just, those round one jitters again, getting back and acclimatising, getting back into the cockpit of the V8, getting back and familiarising yourself with a new car. You haven't done much testing to it. Endurance race straight up. So far we've nearly been going for 2 hours. That's a long time already. So yeah, a lot of these boys just need to hopefully come, round 2, round 3, we'll start to see a more clean, consistent, happier bunch of guys. The car number 1's come out in 13th position, 42.7 seconds away from Forzen, but he's got the 2 HTR teammates of Aaron Nikev, and Braden Bateman fighting each other as well, 2 seconds up the road. So, and Forzen's not coming in yet, so I'm really interested to see when he's going to be coming in.
Yeah, he's not reacting, is he? But saying that, his last lap was a 132.147, and the number 1 car, he's lapped in a 132.173. So he's actually still faster than the number 1 car at the moment, and that could be because Luke could be caught up in traffic. But while you're punching out the fast cut numbers, you might as well stay out there.
That's exactly right, because at the end of the day, he's still gaining time on them, and he's opening the gap to them and to the Synergy cars as well. So if you're in relatively clean air, punching out fast numbers, may as well run the car to the end of its tank, and pit when you're really going to have to, really.
Yeah, exactly right, because you can get into this where a car comes in which forces some teams to react, but when you get into that, you lose your whole strategy. You then have to go back to the numbers and work it all out again, which is why a lot of Formula 1 teams try to play that card and force other teams to react.
And another benefit that Forzen will have as well is that he won't be stuck in traffic. As we've seen Mark Pickett go really deep, and then the PFR car makes contact with Laser as well. That was messy, boys. That was not Brian Boer, I apologise. Yeah, Ross Bruzzo down to P23, so he's a lap car, made contact with Brian Borg in P4. Nothing he could have really done there. Mark Pickett overshot the braking marker. But messy there, but yeah, you're right. If you're in clean air, you stay and punching out fast laps with no traffic, you stay out, you use the tyres to their maximum, whereas ERA, potentially shot themselves in the foot with the number 1 car, having to come out in traffic and, use more of those tyres earlier on. Luke Harvey's actually gained a couple of positions at this stand. He's jumped the 2 HTR cars, so that's working in his favour, but still 42.7 seconds down on Forzen.
Yeah, and I've just jumped back to the replay here. It's actually been on between Brian and Mark since the final turn here. They've been battling out side by side, and we'll stay with it because you said it got a bit messy when Ross Rizzo turned up in the battle, I guess, being overtaken.
And that's what we alluded to earlier, Bernie, is that those lap cars trying to mix with lead lap cars has the potential to be incredibly messy. And Forzen's just opened up another second over the car 1, so he's definitely got the head down, bum up, proverbially, in that 097 PMS blue car. So Forzen just driving nuts at the moment.
He certainly is. A 132.173 was his last lap. Where's the number 1 car? He's down in the 133s. So even though Forsen's laps have dropped off a bit, Luke Harvey's laps have also dropped off, as he's in 10th position now, and he's coming up behind David Baxter in 9th.
Yeah, so that last lap, Forsen, he opened up, 32.1 to a 32, wait, what? My timing just done a weird thing. Yeah, 32.1 on lap 76, as opposed to a unspecified lap yet, because iRacing, and he hasn't crossed the start-finish line.
I'll tell you what, the Redback Racing number 31 car, David Baxter, and that, he's got no front bonnet on that car, so he's been in a bit of strife. Still in the top 10, but that car's looking a little bit second hand. But saying that, as we know, unless iRacing's fixed it, you can lose half the front of that car, and the downforce isn't affected whatsoever in these cars.
Weight reduction, Bernie. Come on. Know this?
Yeah, okay.
It's the new and improved method of getting faster throughout the race. Is pitch penalties you don't need.
Well, I guess, that's one theory.
A very viable theory, if you ask me.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but it is a theory. So it looks like your replacement's down in the green room. He's basically said he can come up any time you want him to. I've just sent him back a message saying, oh, he's right, he can go to the end.
Oh, wow, okay. No, bring Nick up because I need a shower, so I'm going to duck off for a little bit and I will be back soon-ish.
That's alright. I'm just stirring you up. I didn't actually tell Nick that he could go home. I knew you'd be pretty keen to get out of this booth.
Oh, yeah, hanging around with you two often drives me insane. I say that with mass love and affection, Bernie. You know that. I have great respect for you.
Yeah, well, I was actually, before you go, I was thinking about you this afternoon, not in a weird way.
Oh,
but,
Bernie, melt my heart.
We had a huge storm come through Canberra today, and the SES boys are out cutting down a lot of trees, and I don't know why, but as soon as I saw them out there working, I did think of you, and yeah, so there you go.
Yeah, look, I have been busy recently. 5-hour house fire preceded by 2 hours sleep, and having a 5-hour shift at 4 AM at work after getting home at 2 AM. I can tell you that's not really ideal, not enjoyable. But, it's something I enjoy, and yeah, it's good fun. Anyway,
Yeah.
getting sidetracked. There's a motor race on, and I need a shower.
Alright, there's a motor race on, and we don't care about your hygiene. You can go off and...
does, so it's all good.
Alright, no worries. Thanks for popping in, Brant. Well, more than popping in, coming in and calling 80 laps of this race. I really appreciate it, mate.
No, that's all good. You should know that you can count if you need me. If I'm available, I'm more than happy to jump in. So it's been good fun.
Yeah, fantastic. I'll hold you to that because we don't have Mr. Jarvis at the moment, folks. He's off on sabbatical. So hopefully...
How dare he?
I know, right? I told him he wasn't... I told him I was going to come up to Queensland and get him, but he just laughed at me.
Oh, I'll have to hunt him down for you.
Yeah, no worries. Alright, go and have your shower, and I'll welcome Nick into the booth, and we'll get back to the important stuff in life.
Sounds good.
Hey Nick, thanks for coming back up, and 80 laps down, mate, and out of the 146. I saw you out there circulating earlier tonight. How did you go?
Yeah, not too bad. I'll tell you what, the seat in the car didn't smell as bad as the seat in the comms box here. Is this... I can blame Brant for that, can I?
Oh, mate, I'm glad you're here. He's been stinking it up all night, I tell you.
Look, the car was good. We was that second safety car that came out on about lap 50, I think it was, left me 6 laps short of my minimum requirement, so we didn't pit. We stayed out there, and until about lap 65 or 68 or something when I handed it over to Chad. We've just gone a lap down, but out of sequence. So hopefully the leaders should be pitting again, I think, in the next 5 or so laps, and then a safety car straight after that would be very nice for us. Thanks.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see about the safety cars. It's been an interesting night as far as that goes. But as far as the driving going out there, from our point of view, there seems to be a lot of angry pills being taken out there tonight. Did you experience that on track, or was it all pretty relaxed for you?
Wasn't too bad where with. I guess in a way we also sort of pick our marks in a way, insofar as knowing how the people around us are going to race, and sort of that determines how hard you fight as well for a position. Yeah,
exactly right. But there's been some pretty big incidents tonight, but I'm not complaining. It's great to call, and I'm sure the viewers aren't complaining, because I'm sure they enjoy the action that this great series is definitely bringing to them on a Friday night. And it's been a good race. Pretty.
I've been watching the times and the like. It's been a good race up front, and there's been there's a lot of cars that have got just very clear number one drivers, which makes it very interesting when the number twos jump in and then the number ones get back in behind the wheel.
Yeah, it certainly does, doesn't it? Because you just don't know where that car's going to end up at the end of the night, and it sort of throws a bit of a curveball in. We've just had Forza Nabi. He's in the pits at the moment. I've jumped back to Luke Harvey here, because Luke was leading when he took to the pits, and I want to see if he's actually going to take the lead, or if Forza Nabi's car is going to retain the lead.
Yeah, you'd think Luke's stop would have been shorter, so they're coming down the straight now. I haven't got Forzan in my sights, and unfortunately my timing's not working either, so...
Yeah, I think they're still in the pits, so I think Luke's jumped up to 6th, and I'm just wondering who's running with Forzan, because...
My apology, I was on delay there, so I'm back live now.
Yeah, that doesn't help, does it?
No, I was looking at something for my teammates.
Fantastic. Well, we've got race control. We're going to bring race control up, because Bailey's got a list of what all the penalties were for, and he's going to let us all know about that.
I think he's been the busiest person in on the track tonight.
Oh, he's been doing an awesome job, I tell you. He's been doing a fantastic job. He's been not only doing all the adjudication in there, but he's been feeding the information to us, and trying to keep us in the loop, which has been awesome. Hi Bailey, thanks for coming in. You're a very busy man tonight. I was just saying to Nick, you're doing a fantastic job in race control, but you got a bit more information for the viewers?
Yeah, over the last few laps I've got a few things to hand out. We've got on lap 48 and 49 we've got a reckless driving 30-second penalty to the car 44, and also on lap 51 causing the yellow here also got another 30-second penalty for that one, so a busy night for the car 444.
So was it the car 44, did you say?
Sorry, car 444.
The HTR2 car with Paul G.
Okay, so what was their penalty for again?
So the first one was reckless driving, dive bombing, and the second one was causing the yellow on the main straight coming out of the last turn.
Oh, okay. So, okay, I just brought up the car. Fantastic. So we can expect the 444 to come in and serve that penalty, and then you said there was another car that was served a penalty as well.
Yeah, so first one of the night, lucky car... Jamie Owens, not 100% sure on the number, sorry. They got 35 incident, Lucky Duck got their first 15-second penalty.
Fantastic. Yeah, well, I guess in a long race like this, people are going to they're going to get up into those incident points. Have we got any other cars out there that are on the threshold of having to do that that 15-second penalty?
David Baxter in the 038, the Red Ag Racing team. Number 031 is at 20 at the moment, but other than that, everyone else seems to be scraping through. Craig Jones just gone his way up to number 21 incidents. That's the Way South Racing 111 car, but other than that, it looks like to be a nice clean race so far.
Awesome. I tell you what, though, some of them were banging panels earlier tonight, so I was expecting a few more to be on the threshold, but I guess most of them have kept it out of trouble, and we've just focused on the few that have been having a lot of fun with each other.
Yeah, well, if there's still a few to be reviewed, we're getting there. You know, we've got a few to work through, but other than that, I think we've got a couple to do after the race. We've got to actually contact the drivers, but we'll do our best. We'll get through them, and hopefully we good to see the last 60 laps. The last 60 laps all nicely out.
Well, it's been good racing up until now, that's for sure, and it's been a fantastic field. We've had 36 starters tonight. We're down to 33 cars at this stage, so we've really only had 3 retirements. So no, it's been a good opener to the Australian Online Supercar Championship.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, it has been good. Watch it up in the box here. Be able to see an inside of the AOSC facilities, etc. Yeah, it's good. Got to thank Nick for everything also. It's been wonderful.
Yeah, he's up here so he can hear you, so he's all blushing and stuff.
Sure he is.
No, I was just listening to you guys and just having a look, seeing. I think the field will cleanse itself pretty soon with pit stops. Just looking through when the Synergy guys last stopped. And yeah, they just actually went into the pits then, as I was looking at it. Car 375 in the pits now.
Yeah, that's Daniel Ackland's in that car at the moment. We'll see if he jumps out. And we've also got, it looks like the 31 David Baxter's in. We'll see if he jumps out. He's got to get 51 laps in. I think that's the minimum, isn't it? But he is
56, I think, is what they've got to get done.
Okay, so he's jumped out of the car and Ethan's jumped back in, so maybe he's done his stint, I don't know. That'd be one thing I'd like the overlays to give me, is to tell me how many laps each driver's done. It'd be really, really good.
Yeah, it would be handy, wouldn't it, rather than just having to go through each team's laps and work it out manually.
Yeah, sure would. And but anyway, folks, what I'm going to do is once all the pit stops are through, I'll give you your top 10, and we'll just see how all this pit strategy is shaken out and where all the drivers are. But anyway, Bailey, thanks, mate, for coming up. Is there anything else you wanted to tell the viewers or us while you're up here?
Nah, it's all good. I'll get back to you. Busy man, keep coming through. All right, guys, have a good day, guys.
Yeah, no worries,
Thanks,
mate.
Bailey. Just going back before Bailey did drop up here, and we've got the Evolution Racing 1 car of Ian Ford and Luke Harvey. They are about 6 or 7 seconds in front now of the Performance Motorsports blue car. So during that pit stop transition, they did come back out in the lead, and they've actually extended that now just a bit over a 10-second gap.
Yeah, I've got the... Yeah, so Performance Motorsports Blue, Andrew Gilliam is in that car. That's the one Forza El Nabi was driving. So yeah, 14 seconds I've got as the gap between them and the number 1. So that's a huge gain. And Luke pitted earlier than Forza, and so a big call there by ERA, but boy, it's paid off, hasn't it?
Yeah, I guess the thing is when they do pit early, they have to take less fuel. So they're going to spend less time stationary. It's see how that all pans out at the tail end of the race, though, when they've potentially got to be stationary a lot longer than the PMS Performance Motorsports blue car. Yeah,
well, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. They might be banking on another safety car or something coming in before the end of this race, but we'll just have to wait and see how that shakes out. But we do know, though, ERA is fantastic when it comes to strategy, and they're one of probably the best teams out there that know what they're doing under strategy, so no doubt they've got something up their sleeve.
Yeah, and they, the advantage they've got too is they've got 3 or 4 cars up the top end of the field, and if they're not too sure whether or not they're in their window, they can split their strategy in the team to make sure that if the call's not quite right, they've still got it covered with another one of their cars.
Yeah, and the other thing that's going for them, just like with Performance Motorsport Blue, Andrew Gilliam, Forzen El Nabi, they've got a team with 2 very capable drivers in there, and I say it all the time with Enduros. It's important not to only have the car set up that both drivers can do, but having both drivers that can pump out that same race pace goes a hell of a long way to a good result.
Yeah, it certainly does. It certainly does. I'm not too sure. I'm just looking at the battle now between the 2 Synergies teammates, the Synergy 375 and number 25. So Daniel Ackland and Hobson and Schreier. It looks like he's going to go down the inside at Honda. No, not quite.
So we just jumped back to that. Sorry, folks, it took me a bit of time to get back to this, but we've got Daniel Ackland here on the outside, and who's on the inside? Is that Brenton Hobson? No.
Yep. No, other way around, I think, isn't it? Brenton Hobson now's just gone past him up into P3 now.
Yeah, I've got it now. And Daniel Ackland's driving with Jordan Ross, I think.
Yes. He's got a bit of traffic in front of him, and he's got to try and now work out 15 seconds to see if he can catch up to Forzen.
Yeah, so we'll go through let's go through the top 10, folks. So I think the field's fairly well shaken out as far as the top 10 goes. So we have Evolution Racing Australia. Luke Harvey's driving that car at the moment. They are in first position. The gap 14.4 seconds back to Performance Motorsports Blue. Andrew Gilliam driving that car. Third is Synergy Sim Racing. Brenton Hobson in the 25. Then fourth, the 375 with Daniel Ackland driving that car, Synergy Sim Racing 3. Fifth is Mark Pickett for Evolution Racing Australia. Sixth is Phillip Pickett for Laser Racing 3. Seventh is the 95, Glenn Postle, in seventh. This car has had
used to call him Posy, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I can't pronounce his name. This car is having a run reminiscent, I think, last time we were at Phillip Island. He's been going up and down the field all night, but he's currently in 7th. And at one point, I think he was down in 30-something position. 8th is Farnsworth Manor for Laser Racing 2. He's having a bit of a battle with Posy. And then 9th is Hayden Dodman for Motorsport, and then rounding out your top 10, folks, is Ryan O'Sullivan in 10th position. That another interesting thing with this car, Nick, this car was actually a lap down, and they were battling to get that car back on the lead lap, and it looks like they've done it, and are currently sitting in 10th.
Yeah, no, they've done a great drive, and Ryan O'Sullivan's definitely got a lot of pace on board. I just wish I could get my Joel reel timing up, because that'd make this job a lot easier as well.
It certainly would, but looks like we've got David Baxter down there in the green room. I'll bring him up in a moment. I'm just trying to work out, his car's currently in 11th, and they've used the fast repair, and Ethan's back in the car.
Okay, I'll let you have a chat to him. I've just got a little bit of a home emergency I've got to look after, so I'll come back to you once you've finished up with David.
Yeah, no worries. Hi David, welcome to RRTV Combox. We can see Ethan back in the car at the moment. You guys are sitting in 11th, and it's been a pretty good run for you blokes tonight, in the top 10 all night.
Yeah, thanks Benny. Yeah, not too bad mate. A few bumps and bruises in that one, but yeah, we battle on to get it home, so Ethan can try and bring it home from here.
Yeah, so you've done your minimum, or do you have to go back out, or don't you want to tell me?
Nah, minimum's done and dusted, so we just sort of scraped it in, so we'll leave with all getting knocked back so far with those little incidents, we'll leave Ethan in there now and see if he can claw his way back up front a bit further.
Fantastic. Yeah, we noticed when you got in the car you were getting beaten from pillar to post there for a bit, and I noticed the bonnet was missing. I didn't catch what caused that. Did you have a bit of an off at some point?
Just trying to make passes and look. Obviously, must have had a bit of net code and a couple of comings together during the event. Like, I think we got knocked around about 3 or 4 times there. So make a few spots, lose a few, and make them back again. So yeah, the car was a little bit bent, lost a bit of top speed, but yeah, it wasn't too bad.
Yeah, it's been a fairly aggressive race, I guess you could say. There's been quite a lot of rubbing of panels, which isn't a bad thing. It's V8 supercars, and it's entertaining to have all that. But what's it been like? Coming straight out of a Christmas break, coming straight into a 650km/h race for the first round.
Yeah, it's been a bit hard. It's just not in the groove. Been out off the steering for a little while, and then the actual reason we got Ethan, asked Ethan to run for us because we were struggling to get guys because they're still getting themselves sorted after Christmas, so just didn't have enough drivers around to that were free to run.
Yeah, it was a bit like that on SDC's side too, I think, from what Marty was telling us. It was good you guys could put the 2 drivers in from the different teams to field the cars though, and it looks like the 31 is definitely hooked up tonight. You had it on pole position, and it's definitely a front-running car if Ethan can get it back up there.
Yeah, no, Ethan's definitely a bit of a freak when it comes to these things. So, and this new tyre model's sort of working to my advantage at the moment too. I don't mind it that bad, so it's sort of, I've picked up a little bit more pace again this season with it. So with the testing we've done, so we just got to try and see if we can squeeze a bit more out of it.
Yeah, and you'll like this. I asked Marty a question. I asked when Redback Racing signed Ethan Griggold, and he said they wish, because I didn't realise he was from SDC.
Yeah, no, I wish we could sign someone as on sort of Ethan's calibre, but may happen one day, but we'll see how we go.
Yeah, well, it's still good to have him in that car, and it's great to see you boys having a good run in the top 10 all night tonight, and hopefully we'll see you up the pointy end by the end of the night.
Yeah, thanks, Bernie.
Before we let you go though, you better give a shout out to all your sponsors out there.
Yep, just like to thank Secure Safe Storage, RRTV, and like to thank Marty and the boys from SDC for all their ongoing assistance with our sort of technical alliance we've got, and Ethan for helping out tonight and doing a great job.
Yeah, it's a good alliance to have, that's for sure, between Redback Racing and SDC, and it's definitely looks like that's paying off. I was just holding my breath there because Ethan come through, and I think it was the 149 had to take to the grass there, and yeah, it was quite interesting.
Yeah, it's been a very interesting night. It'll be good to sort of sit back and watch your broadcast again and see all the bits we've missed.
Yeah, no worries. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. But I'll let you go anyway because it looks like our race leader Luke Harvey's back in the pits.
Right, no worries, Bernie. Thanks, mate.
See you, mate.
Well, that's got to be an unscheduled stop, you'd think.
It seems very early, doesn't it? Because he was the first one in, but this feels a very early time to be stopping.
Just going back and having a look when they did last come in.
I reckon it's to do with the minimums. That's what I reckon, because they're throwing Ian Ford back in.
Yeah, they came in on lap 68, so they've only done 23 laps.
Yeah, I'm only guessing, but I reckon Ian's got to get his minimum laps in. All Luke's done his minimum.
Yeah, Ian's done 29 laps. So they're not going to have an issue with their minimum laps, and their pace is pretty even, so I wouldn't think that they'd be too worried about that as part of their strategy.
Yeah, it's definitely, to me it feels like they're stopping quite early compared to the rest of the field. They've come back out in 6th, but you know, it could be on schedule because this car is off kilter with all the rest of the cars. It was the first one to pit before, so maybe it's just a scheduled stop and they're just off sequence.
Yeah, unless they're just working out, what have we got? We've got 46, 54 laps to go. That's 2 27 lap stints, so they'll just run that through to the end then, I guess.
Yeah, well, it seems to be working. Whatever they're doing, they, you know, sitting in 6th position at the moment. They've got Hayden Dodman right behind them, battling for position though. But that shouldn't bother Ian. He should be able to get those tyres warmed up and start moving forward. Who's he got in front of him? He's got Phil Piggott, Laser Racing.
Phil Piggott, yeah, that's 10. It's what's that? 8 odd seconds up the road. So we'll lead into that pretty quickly. Yeah, so just an interesting one. I guess the thing is that realistically, I guess that, you know, the other thing now is that if a safety car does come in now, he'll have a very short stationary time, and then everyone will be on the same strategy, requiring another stop to the end. So, yeah, he hasn't really lost much track position if a safety car comes out, and he'll have a very short splash and dash, which will catapult him back into the lead of the race if that happens, I guess.
Yeah, well, this is what he did last time. They brought that car in early, and Forzen and all that didn't react to him, and that's how they got that 14-second gap once everyone else had to stop. So maybe they're saying, well, that seemed to work well, so let's try it again.
Yeah.
At the moment, we've got Andrew Gilliam, Performance Motorsports Blue, in first. Brenton Hobson, the 25, in second. Cream starting to rise to the top here. Daniel Ackland in third. Fourth, Mark Pickett for Evolution Racing Australia. Phillip Piggott fifth, and then Ian Ford in 6th position. He's 36 seconds down from the leader. So, you know, they haven't lost. They did have a big lead, but for swapping drivers and all that, they're only 36 seconds down. That can be eaten up pretty quick once these other guys stop.
Well, and the thing is that yeah, everyone's got to make the same number of stops, and it's the stationary time that really matters.
Yeah, that's exactly it, and how quick you can get into the pit and out of the pit, I guess. I'm just having a look at the moment, folks. We've only got 15 cars on the lead lap. The last car on the lead lap is 19, sorry, HTR3. Kyle James is driving that in the number 28, and they're 92 seconds down. And then looking at our retirements, we've had a few. We haven't covered them off tonight. We've lost the 002. Brodie Morris was driving that. That car retired on lap 40.
Yeah, there was an issue. There was an issue with that car that unfortunately his co-driver joined the wrong team, and once you do that, your game's over.
Yeah, so they retired on, I think, lap 54, 40 laps ago. We also lost the 51. Sam Blacklock was driving that. That car was retired 65 laps ago. So that was on lap 30. And then 1 lap later, Harrison Kilpatrick in the number 26 car retired. So there are our 3 retirements at the moment.
Yeah, so it's not too bad. A ratio. We've got 18 cars on the lead lap, and then another 9 cars. Just the 1 lap down. Yeah,
and in 32nd we've got the London cabbie, Michael Hammond there for Laser Racing, having a bit of a run, and Yeah, he's decided it's been a hot day out there and the car needs a bit more fresh air by the looks of it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the temperature was about 27, so...
Yeah, he's just got to knock the front off the car and then it'll match the back of it. But I tell you what, I've been impressed with the 25. These guys have been pushing all night pretty much, and you know, they finally got that car up into second and pushing on with it.
Yeah, so now we've obviously got the Performance Motorsport cars made their stop. Oh no, sorry, they're not. They're still out there in the lead. My mistake. I just saw I was looking at the number 41.
Yeah, they've got a 12-second lead at the moment, back to the 25, and then they've got this sister car 375, 15 seconds down, 4 seconds behind second. But I'm just looking at the times Ian Ford's putting out. His last lap time was a 1:31.718, and the leader's doing a 1:33.091. So Ian's going to chew back in, chew that time up pretty quick.
Yeah, you'd expect that to occur, and we'll probably have a look at towards the end of the race, and he'll probably win it by 15-20 seconds, and leave us scratching our head again with how they managed to do it with their strategy.
Yeah, we always sort of do that, don't we? It all unfolds at the end, and you'd think, well, how the hell did they do that? But I've seen it a number of times with this team. I've seen it also with Synergy Sim Racing. They're another master when it comes to strategy.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they're sitting second and third for a reason.
Yeah, exactly right. But what I admire about both teams, they both don't mind rolling the dice and having a crack when it comes to strategy, and often it works for them.
Yep, very much so. I guess it makes it easier when you've got drivers of those calibre that you can afford to roll the dice and say, okay, well, this is what we need you to do.
Yeah, that's right. And these guys, they're pretty much semi-professional to a certain degree with the amount of backing that ERA has these days. That's for sure, and it's fantastic. I think they even had a number of their guys go up to where were they? At some game show to represent Logitech at some point.
Yeah, they certainly did. Yeah, they one of the electronics or game show there, working on the Logitech stand, and who are of course one of their major sponsors for them, and it's a relationship that's obviously working very well for both ERA and Logitech. Getting not that Logitech needs their profile raised much more, but ERA is doing their bit to help them out.
Oh yeah, it's a really good match, and the other one is their other sponsor, MPMS Racing Simulations, have been helping them a lot as well with the driver training, I've noticed. So they offer it to anyone, but because they're their sponsors, they've been doing a lot of work with their drivers, which is another great match-up when it comes to sponsorship.
Yeah, very true, and I think as part of their lineup, they've got a couple of professional or semi-professional race drivers as well, that have gone through the GT Academy, and Simon Fiegel springs to mind, and I think they've got another driver that went through the GT Academy as well.
Yeah, they do, and Simon was an interesting one because he was no slouch when it came to the GT Academy, and when he finished with that, he was telling me that he basically had a choice in life. He could go into real motor racing and spend a lot of money doing that, or he could do sim racing, and he actually chose sim racing because he's got a very young family and he puts them first. So he's decided to turn his back, so to speak, on real life racing at the moment and put all his effort into iRacing, which is fantastic.
Yeah, and a lot of these guys, they're in the Blancpain or BES World Series or whatever it's called. I can't remember the exact name of it, but obviously there's a couple of Australian teams that are participating in that and doing very well by increasing the profile of sim racing in Australia as well through that series.
Yeah, that's right. And a lot of these top end teams, the way they approach this, they approach it dead set serious and pretty much run towards it as a real race team would, which is why we're seeing these guys up the front. I'm not saying everyone should do that, because some of us come in and do it as a hobby, and that's awesome, but it's also fantastic to see that the Australian iRacing community can also cater for the more serious side of things as well.
Yeah, true. I guess one of the things though, just so while we're talking about teams and like it is, and coming from, if I refer to us as a second tier team, it does make it difficult when you're competing against the likes of these teams, because we had Blake Meck who drove for us, and as a team we focused pretty much on the V8s, and his passion was more in the GTs, so he went off to ERA with our blessing. But when you look at your ERAs, your Synergies, your ANZs, your TTRs and the like, they're the teams that the guys want to drive for. And you can be a bit like Gary Rogers, I guess, and try and find some talent. But as soon as they show some of that on track, you've got one of those teams that are hunting them down. So it makes it hard. You've got all the same gear and everything, but they're the teams that people want to drive for. Yeah,
it certainly makes it hard. It means, I'm speaking from experience since I used to own Redback Racing, but it's almost like you become a feeder team, where you get the talent in, you develop the talent, and then they prove themselves, and then they're off to a bigger tier team, and away they go. But then,
yeah, most definitely.
Yep. But for smaller teams, it does make it difficult to actually get any sort of momentum going.
It does indeed, but looking at the Redback cars, you've got some bloke that he's not too bad a peddler fiddle, as a hired gun for you tonight. Some Ethan Grigg Galt jumped in the car for you tonight, I see, and you can't get too much better than that.
Well, that's right. It's actually been really great to see what the guys at Redback have done with that team, and they're definitely, the team's coming along, and it's now owned by Aaron Lee and Brett Wilson. They own the team now, and David is behind the whole V8 Supercar side of things, so he's running that whole side of the operation, and they've built a very close relationship with SDC, which is why we're seeing Ethan in that car tonight.
Okay, yep. Oh, that's a good relationship to have there as well. Another team that is a top line team in V8s as well with SDC. They haven't been as active lately, although that's probably just because I don't see them at my end of the field.
Oh, they've been working really well with Redback, and Marty's been working a lot on the setups for these guys, and his setups, they're fantastic. I've got to say, they are really, really good setups.
It's good stuff, and also good to see. Redback Racing, they're out there. They're racing every week, and they've always got a few cars on, the OSR series, the official series, and obviously this series as well. So, they do a great job of getting their sponsor's name out there as well, because they're a good active team supporting all forms of all V8 championships, which is great.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I'm sort of getting into that bit of a lull with 46 laps to go, folks. I'm sorry, it's been a long, long night. First broadcast back. We've got 22 viewers at the moment, Nick, watching it, and the guys, I'll give them a shout out on the live chat channel there. Hope you're all still awake and enjoying it.
Well, I think the closest battle we've really got, we've got a battle for 6th and 7th with the Talking Car and the Laser Racing, and then we get down to 11th and 12th, another battle brewing there with Performance Motorsports 41 and the Stealth Sim Sport number 1 car. So there's not too much happening out on track. I think, whilst we have a look at it, I think the Laser Racing guys, they've done an interesting driver strategy tonight. They've got Mike Hammond and Jason Bentz, who usually team up together. They've split those two, and gone for different co-drivers. So that's an interesting strategy that they've played out tonight. Looking at, you'd almost expect Mike and Jason to be top 5 runners, and they're sitting in 22nd, and I think Mike had some problems. Ike Hammond had some problems earlier, so he's a fair way down. I'm not even too sure if he might have retired, has he?
No, he's running 32nd at the moment, and that car's 4 laps down, but it's seen better days, that's for sure. It's been a pretty rough night for laser racing. I saw Jason Bentz earlier, really having some mega battles in the top 15, and so it's been a hard night for these boys tonight.
Yeah, you'd think that that strategy that they've come up with tonight probably hasn't worked for them, I'd say.
I'd say not. They'll probably, at the end of tonight, probably review that and come back all guns blazing. Maybe they won't, I don't know. I don't know what goes on in these teams, but I'm sure there'd be people looking at the performance and looking at what they can and can't do.
Yes, indeed.
But yeah, it's definitely spread out. If we look at the leader, he's got a 10-second gap, and that's still Performance Motorsports Blue back to the 25. These guys, they're lapping in the 132s. Ian Ford, who's done that early stop, he's now also back into the 132s. He's probably only gaining 1/10 of a second. He's 28 seconds down from the leader at this stage. It looks like that's starting to, there goes my voice again, the tyres are starting to go off a bit on this car.
Yeah, either that or they're once again they're just driving to their pace. I mean, we need a safety car now that'll shake things up a bit, hopefully.
Yeah, definitely would shake it up a bit. Sorry, I was just typing something about my...
That's all right.
I've got a frog in the throat. I'll be fine, and then all of a sudden, like now, it all just goes weird on me.
No, that's all right. I'm just stuck here. I'm looking at the battle with Darryl Hockey and the car that's a lap down, Riley Blythe, and Riley trying to get his lap back, but Darryl's not moving over for him at all. He's blocking him as they come up over Lukey Heights, and all this at the same time. Darryl's trying to close the gap there to Matt Stratford in position 10.
Yeah, Darryl's had a really good night tonight racing. He was earlier on tonight. He was sitting in, I think it was third, because he hadn't pitted yet. And boy, he was making.
Go through now.
Letting him through. But I tell you what, boy, was he giving Forzen El Marbi a hard time. Forzen wanted to get through, and there was no way he was getting past Darryl at that point in time. And it was really good driving.
Yeah, that was because there was. That's when we were in P2 at that restart, and I'm not quite as quick as Darryl, so I let a few of them run through. And there was some great battles for the lead going on after that last safety car restart. That's for sure.
It certainly was, and his driving actually split the booth, believe it or not. Brent was saying, well, he's off sequence, he should move over, he's holding up Forzen, and I was saying, no, well, he's got a right to be there, he's not a lap down, and if you look at it, the times are actually equalised, so he's not holding him up too much and doing a good job. So we had that great discussion going on from two different points of view.
Yeah, and it's tough, I think. As long as you're not compromising your own lap speed by too much, then battle away whether you're in sequence or not, because you don't want to give a sucker an even break.
Oh, exactly right, and that's what we came to at the end of that conversation. It was basically, well, he's not holding him up. He's got a right to be there. He's not compromising his race or their race, and even if you are compromising the other person's race, you've got a right to be there, so compromise it, they'd do the same to you. But yeah, it was an interesting time. I was pretty impressed with the way Darryl approached that tonight.
Yeah, and then Matt Stratford's just let him go through there for P10 without a battle as well.
Yeah, so it's a good...
So the excitement we were hoping for past with a bit of a fizzle, unfortunately, on that one. We'll have to see what other battles we can find are going on.
Yeah, I think they've got all their aggression out now, and it's coming on to 11:22 p.m. and I think all the boys just want to go to bed.
Yeah.
But I'm just having a look. Brenton now 9.2 seconds behind Andrew, so he's a 1:32.601. He's pulled 0.2 of a second up. Ian Ford a 1:32.1, so he's still closing it up. So it's 42 laps to go. I reckon these guys are still going to close up and give us a good ending to this race.
Most definitely. The thing is that you've got the top 3, top 4 all have 2 stops to make, whereas the Evolution Racing Australia number 1 car only has 1 stop to make. So that's the key to it all.
Yeah, that definitely is the key. We've jumped to blimp, folks, so you can have a look at the racing line and see how much dirt is being deposited on this track at the moment. Might even go to chopper view, it might give us a better idea, but the track's definitely starting to get a bit of dirt on it at the moment.
And it's something that you notice when you're out there on track, and especially when you're following another car and it keeps coming up on your windscreen. Sometimes you feel you don't need to pit for tyres or fuel, you need to pit for a windscreen tear off. Yeah,
well, some of the screens can get pretty filthy after a long stint, can't they?
Yep, they do indeed.
Just trying to find a car with a really filthy windscreen now. I'm on a mission. They're all nice and clean.
I reckon if you've jumped down into this battle for about 15th place, where you've got a few cars all tied in together, you'll find some dirty screens there, I think.
Yeah, we've got Kyle Janes at the moment 15th, Jason Bentz 16th, throws it down the inside and makes the move. He's been having to pull that all night. And then we've got Brenton O'Brien in 16th position, having a great run there for Evolution Racing Australia. So you're right, there's some good driving going on down here.
It makes it difficult when they're a lap down. You can't always tell that the battle's going on.
Yeah, it's pretty hard, isn't it? Because you basically, for the viewers at home, we don't get a split as Brenton now puts it down the outside, and Kyle Janes went a bit off there on Lukey Heights, too wide. Good driving. Brenton should get this. And he does, so that moves Brenton up to 16th position. Maybe that wasn't for position.
But we had the laser racing car went through as well, so there was a couple of changes. So laser racing went past both the ERA and HTR car, and then Brenton went past the HTR car to actually hold his 16th place.
Yeah,
we've got keep it all confusing.
Yeah, so looking at it, folks, in 14th we've got Jason Bentz, 15th is Jonathan Ben for KRF Motorsports, 16th Brenton O'Brien for Evolution Racing Australia, and then 17th is Kyle Janes. And so they're all racing for position at the moment. So folks, while there's a bit of a lull in the action, we watch this battle between these guys unfold. I'll just give you a bit of an idea of what RRTV is going to be covering at the start of this season. Of course, we've got the AOSC, which we're covering tonight. The Monday Night Lights will be coming back on Monday week. Alex McKellar will be broadcasting that. Thursday nights we're going to actually be broadcasting the Blancpain Sprint Series, and we're trying to increase the Australian strength of field like we did for the Monday Night Lights or the Skip Barbers. So we'll be broadcasting that every week, and so we've got that covered off. Every fortnight we'll also be covering off the RPRC 7 Corvettes, and that will commence from Tuesday week. So we're covering off about 4 series at the moment. Of course, with the AEC no longer running, we may have another broadcast of another GT3 race, but we're still confirming that at this stage.
Well, it's a pretty heavy schedule you've got there, Bernie, and good luck with that. And it's great that we've got some broadcasters here to bring this racing to the community.
Yeah, it certainly is the biggest.
Sorry, I pressed the wrong button then, mate.
That's all right. I was going to say the biggest problem we've got at the moment on RRTV is just to get some commentators in that can actually commit to helping out with these series, because they all deserve to be covered, but it's just that we need the manpower to do it, and that's the big problem at the moment. In the past we were spoiled because we had Adrian Jarvis there, and he always came in and did a lot of work with me on RRTV, but with him no longer, well, he's having a break, it sort of left a big hole in our scheduling. But we're under safety car at the moment, Nick, so 38 laps to go. I'm assuming this is is it the second random safety car, or is it one that's been called?
I think it's a random one that's been called out. So
this is going to be.
This is when it gets interesting now, isn't it?
It certainly is, because some of these guys are pitted. We know Ian Ford pitted very early. Now the question is, does he come back in and top this car up with 38 laps to go, or does he stay out and run to the front of the field?
I think the other interesting thing will be I'm guessing he'll pit, but let's have a look at what happens to the cars. There's a lot of cars that are a lap down. Now, I'm guessing they're going to take the wave around here, so that's what's going to be interesting to see. And of course, if they do take the wave around, they forfeit their right to pitting under this safety car period.
Oh, okay. Because they only get, I think it's 3 laps, isn't it? So you really have to act on the first one, don't you? Otherwise, you're going to miss it.
Correct.
Yeah, that makes it really tough, doesn't it, for the teams now? I'm sure all the team managers are going into meltdown to work out what they're all going to do at this point in time. But the dice roll is, if they don't come in and top up, they're going to have to come in again under green, and that could go against them.
Yeah, and it's that stationary time that's going to kill them.
Exactly right, and we're seeing now Andrew Gillam's in, Brenton Hobson's in. Oh, the 149 tried to get in, but Brenton didn't let him, and he's had to go around again. Daniel Ackland stays out. Ian Ford, well, he's coming in, so he's decided he's going to take that stop. Synergy Sim Racing, they're split. One came in, one stayed out.
Okay, so this is where I'm going to be right out of it, I'm afraid, Bernie, with no timing, because I can't see on my timing easily enough who's actually pitted and where everyone is.
It's alright, I can tell the people who are pitting at the moment. We'll go through those cars. So we've got Ethan Griggold, Redback Racing, they have come in to pit. And who else we got down here? Darryl Hockey, he's also come in to pit. Laser Racing's in. Well, I'm even having trouble here. 226 Evolution Racing Australia. Mark Pickett's back in that car. They've pitted. Forza El Nabi, he's jumped back into Performance Motorsports Blue, so they've done their pit. Ian Ford has also pitted, stayed in the car, come out 5th. So that's pretty much all of them. So the way the restart's going to look, we've got Daniel Ackland, Synergy Sim Racing, stayed out. Brady Myers in 2nd. He's split with a lot of laps down cars. Progression Racing in 2nd. He stayed out. Hayden Dodman for Motorsport. They also stayed out, I think. I think they did. Matt Stratford, Performance Motorsports, did not pit, and then Ian Ford's the first of the pitters. So he stopped. Mark Pickett in the 226 stopped. Forza Al Nabi back in that car stopped. 8th, Brenton Hobson back in the number 25. It's also stopped. Ethan Griggold stayed in the car, but he did make a stop, and he's in 9th. And then we got Brian Borg for Laser Racing in 10th, and that car also made the pit stop. Does that all make sense to everyone, or has I've lost everyone?
It does indeed, and we've got 2 cars that took the wave around there. The HTR5 car with Li Cadby on board, and Bruce Kiley in the Synergy Sim Racing number 7 car. Both took the wave around that time.
Well, they're going to be happy with that. And anyway, the Porsche's in, or the rough's in. It's been a rough night here. Daniel Ackland takes control of the race, and he's got the who's that right behind him? Laser Racing, breathing down his neck there, but I don't think that's for position.
Not for position, but he's gone back down. Now that gives him a lap back.
Yeah, and he's pounced and got that lap back. I'm just looking at who's in that car, and I'll get you a driver in a moment, folks, once I get the number 22, I think it is.
That's Jason Bent's on board there at the moment in 14th place, so he's now back on the lead lap.
Yeah, so that's going to bring that car back into play, and we know Jay, he's no slouch, so it'll be interesting, and neither is Daniel Ackland, so it'll be interesting to see now if Jason can get that gap and hold Daniel out, or if Daniel comes back at him. But then Brady Mears 7 seconds down in second. Third is right behind him, Matt Stratford, getting a bit messy though, just behind them, and Ian had to watch himself there. He nearly got caught up in a car that was a lap down.
He did, didn't he? It was very exciting there for a little while.
So 30.
A couple of issues here that I'm sorting out in the background.
Oh, that's all right. As long as I've got someone who answers me occasionally, I'm all happy.
No, that's all right. It's all right. It's we've had our race control has had a dropout, so there's a few little tasks that just needed to be sorted out very quickly there at the back end.
Yeah, no worries. I was wondering where he went.
I don't know. Maybe he fell asleep on his keyboard and managed to hit Control Alt Delete or something by mistake.
It could be like, you know, the trains, you've got the idiot pedal or whatever they call it, dead man pedal, and he forgot to press it. So we're having a look at Ian Ford. What we might do is jump on board with him for a lap, folks. You've heard us talking all night, so let's jump on board, watch the man in action in all this traffic. Oh, see HRS guy spins out in front of him, and just turn up the volume. Enjoy the ride.
Oh, we've got a spinner there back at Honda, one of the ERA cars.
Have we got a number?
No, I was on board with Ian Ford and just saw it in the background.
Okay, we'll stay with Ian because I need to drink my coffee. It's been sitting there all night, and more importantly, the viewers need to stop hearing me platter on for a bit.
Okay, I think I've finished my duties.
Fantastic. I'm just having my iced coffee at the moment. We're just watching Ian there get through all that traffic. So I tell you what, Nick, Ian definitely had his hands full there for that lap that we won on board with him.
Yeah, we were talking about the semi-professionalism of them. You see where they earn their virtual money, don't you?
Yeah, you certainly do. It'd be good one day if we can actually see some of these teams get a bit more towards the professional side. I know the Las Vegas event over in Las Vegas, wherever it was, that $1 million race.
Formula,
yeah,
whatever. And that had some dramas attached to it as well.
Yeah, it left a sour taste in a lot of people's mouths, didn't it? But I guess, hopefully it's raised the profile somehow for sim racing, but we need something like that in Australia, but we need it to be organised by people who know what they're doing, if you know what I mean. If I can say that on air.
It's just a bit unfortunate. I mean, for all intents and purposes, it sounded like the guy was just running a hack that allowed him to run the power boost for half the lap instead of just 10 or 15 seconds a lap.
Yeah, that's what I sort of heard. There's something going on like that, but if our sport is ever going to be taken seriously, that sort of stuff has to be not like it can't even be possible for you to do that. But
no.
But it's in its infancy. We've seen it grow a lot since I got started in it, and especially over the last couple of years, it's definitely been getting a lot of momentum here in Australia. So hopefully that'll continue, and we'll see even more sponsors coming on board.
Hopefully we'll see that, and what would be even better from the V8's perspective of this was if we could get some updates to the cars as well to make it a bit more reflective of what's on the track at the moment. Yeah,
they probably need a few updates. I know the V8 seems to be the last one that gets the love from iRacing, but I could say something really, well, I will say it, it'll be very contentious amongst a lot of the V8 fans, but you never know. In the coming years, this might be the only V8 action you get in Australia with the way the Supercar series is looking at the moment.
Yeah, very true, and then you've got a lot of the push towards obviously the GT championships with the likes of the alliance now with Porsche.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people are very much looking forward to that alliance coming into fruition, which won't be too far away by the sounds of it. One of the viewers said that hack we were talking about wasn't it said instead of 5 seconds of boost, they were actually getting 5 laps of boost.
Yeah, so that's unfortunate. You work hard to raise the profile of the sport, if we can call it that, and it's undone by someone wanting to run a hack.
Yeah, I always call it like an e-sport, and that's where I think it's a true e-sport. I know the e-sports out there, you got your Dotas and your COD and all that, but I'd like to see sim racing up there one day. Maybe it'll happen, maybe it won't, who knows.
I think at the end of the day we do it for our enjoyment and the like, and if it happens, it happens, but it'd be good if it did, but it's not going to affect my enjoyment of the game, that's for sure.
No, it won't. No, definitely not, and it won't affect my enjoyment of the game because I don't really do it anymore. I just talk about it.
Okay, now we've got the battle now brewing here between Performance Motorsports Blue and the Synergy Sim Racing. Down there battling for position 4.
Yeah, well, it looks like Just trying to look at this gap. It's 2 seconds a lap. They're both in the 131s. If anything, the Forza Del Nabi, he's pulled it out by 1/100th of a second last lap. So these guys are pretty much matching it. But Ian Ford up in second, he's slowly plugging away here. 6.2 seconds down on Daniel Ackland. But we've got to remember this car did not stop. And now it's coming in. Perfect timing. So that car's coming in.
The advantage they've got, they know for certain they can go through to the end of the race without having to stop again. But unfortunately their stationary time here is going to absolutely murder them. They'll be stationary for well over 30 seconds, I'm guessing. Whereas the other cars, when they come into pit, they'll probably only be stationary for 10-15 seconds.
Yeah, and also what Evolution Racing Australia did last time, this car's been out of sequence pretty much all night. I think they've come in under the safety car to get that car back in sequence with the rest of the guys they're racing around now. So that's what I'm suspecting they're doing.
We've got Forzan there having a look at Mark Pickett down at Honda.
Yeah, so that's for second and third at the moment.
Yep, so that these two battling out, that'll also only help out the Synergy car to close the gap if these two get caught up in their battle, and looks like that's going to be where the excitement's going to be for the next several laps, I think, Bernie.
Yeah, we're looking now. Forzan's going to put it down the inside. Oh, no room there.
Oh, very close indeed, but that's going to give Mark the inside run as they come around here the last two corners. But I think Forzan's right out in the weeds there. You could see the dust flying off the wheels, and Mark Pickett reclaims that spot.
Oh, Forzan, he's getting deja vu. This happened with Daryl Hockey, and it really started to frustrate Forzan Del Navi, and he's going, not again. I just want to pass him. Let me through.
As he has a look coming into turn one, you've got to be very careful making a move down there.
Yeah, well, they're really on the limit of traction through there, aren't they? And there's only really one line.
And manages to get it through at turn two.
Yeah, watch under brakes here. And this is where Forzan, he normally throws it in, but what was happening that to his detriment was he was lighting up the rear tyres, losing traction, and just could not hold the move.
Oh, he's very close once again.
Oh, he goes deep under brakes, doesn't he?
He certainly does.
So watch him again, over Lukey Heights, that's where he's going to work on Mark, and he's going to try to go back down the inside, I reckon.
Yeah, and Mark's been around a while. He's going to know that he's going to have to cover him. And I'm sure he's got people in his ear as well telling him what to do.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And here comes Forzan.
Here comes Forzan, and Mark covers that off. Mark's probably coming back at the rest of his ERA crew with a Kinney comment of "Leave me alone. I know what I'm doing."
Yeah, that's right. Or don't talk to me when I'm halfway through a corner.
Yeah. Looks like Forzan's just dropped a little bit further back, so he's not going to get a run down on the straight here. I don't know if you just want to give us those lap times and see what the times are back to the Synergy Sim Racing car to see if he's closing that gap at all there.
Yeah, okay, so the live gap back to 25, 2.7 seconds is the gap. Looking at the lap times, Forza Del Nabi 132.347, Brenton did a 132.428. So Mark's not really holding up Forzan at all, and in fact these guys are still increasing the gap.
Here we go. Let's have a look, see what happens here. And he goes very deep. He's squirrely under brakes. Mark's hanging around the outside as well, but Forzan's got the move done that time. Very nice driving by both of them.
Yeah, it certainly was, wasn't it? But Mark's not given up yet. Look,
he's almost pushing him around the corner.
Yeah, you couldn't even put a piece of a credit card, we'll say, between the front of that car and the back of Performance Motorsports Blue.
Bearing in mind, Forzan's over in New Zealand, I think, isn't he? So what is it over there? Coming up to 2 o'clock in the morning or something?
Yeah, it probably is. I thought you were going to make some comment about he was a Kiwi or something.
No. Just great to see the commitment of some of the Kiwi racers that are out here at. I'm over in Perth, so it's only 8:45 here, but so it's at 11:45 over in the eastern states and 1:45 over in New Zealand.
Wow, that's getting late, isn't it?
Mark Pickett says, I don't think he's given up on this.
No, he hasn't given up at all. I reckon he's going to, if he can get a move, he's going to make it. And so, Mark, where's Brenton Hobson? 6, let's get a live gap. 2.3 seconds, so it is closing down 0.3 of a second that lap. So, Brenton Hobson in the 25, he's on his way. And before long, this could end up being a 3-car race, or battle pack anyway.
Yeah, the interesting thing now is going to be how these cars look. Oh, and Forzan's run wide, but manages to get it back online.
Yeah, so it's definitely on between these guys. We've got meanwhile, Ian Ford's leading the race by 4.2 seconds. So we've got ERA first and third at the moment. The only car spoiling the party for them is the Performance Motorsports Blue, and Synergy Sim Racing is trying to get in there, but they've got a bit of work to do to close that gap.
Yeah, just excuse me for a sec, Bernie. I just got to crunch some fuel numbers from the driver.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, it's true, folks. Some of the viewers have pointed out that conversation we've been having about that Las Vegas race. It was not the driver's fault. They did not exploit the race. It was a problem with the mod maker, I think they said. So I just wanted to clear that up, and we'll drop that subject now because it's quite a contentious issue, and we could go all night discussing it. But I might bring up Brenton O'Brien from ERA, and we'll have a chat with him.
Sounds good.
Hi Brenton, welcome to the RRTV com box. The race is down at 26 laps, and it looks like the old ERA strategy's starting to unfold for you blokes.
Well, it needed to be, Bernie. How are you? And Nick as well. It really needed to be because we are a mile off with setups at the moment. We are just nowhere. So yeah, the boys have got their slide rules and calculators out trying to do a few numbers and finding out where they're slowly but surely.
Yeah, well at the moment we've got ERA with the Logitech entry in first with Ian Ford out there in the car at the moment. Luke was in it earlier and doing a fantastic job as he always does. And then we've got Mark Pickett in the 226 in third at the moment, having a bit of a battle with Forzan. So that's not too bad considering you're a mile off from setups.
Well, we've got 4 different cars running 4 completely different sets, Bernie. It's not here to say anything too bad, but it's almost a test session because it's really the first extended race that we've done since the new tyres have come out. So we'll get some good data at the end of it all and take a bit of this and take a bit of that and end up with a bigger headache.
Yeah, I know. We interviewed a couple of teams earlier. That's exactly what they're doing too, is getting all this data together before they go into the Premier Series as well. But it's also a big ask, isn't it, coming off the Christmas break? Don't know about you, but I'm still digesting my pudding, and to come straight into a big enduro like this, it's a pretty big ask, isn't it?
Well, I've just come back from 5 weeks leave and I'm home for another 3 days, and then I'm off to Early Beach next week as well, so it's just a break between a break. And you're right, once you're away, I've noticed a difference. Once you're away that long, it does, it makes a difference, doesn't it? Somehow you feel like it shouldn't, but you do. And when you've got a mongrel setup working around, it doesn't make life any easier. But we made a few changes mid-race, which seems to have made a big difference to the car, and got absolutely burnt that last safety car. It did the worst possible time, although all it took was one more car to pit and we would have been on the lead lap, but woulda, coulda, shoulda, didn't.
Just out of interest, Brenton, how are you finding the I mean, you're running different setups and the like, but how are you finding the tyres towards the end of each run? Are you looking after your tyres, or are you really struggling with the longevity in the tyres?
Well, without giving away too many trade secrets, Nick, what we had in the opening stint in regards to roll bars and tyre pressures was just it's serious. It was like the track, like my teammate said, it's like the track temp's 45 degrees. That's how bad it was. Made some changes on the fly to the point now where we believe our tyres are hanging in there. But I think the track's rubbering up as well, don't forget. So yeah, the tyres are hanging in there. Like I said, we're learning a lot, and no doubt other teams are as well.
Yeah, it's just one thing I've noticed in some of the races that I've been doing earlier this year is that there does seem to be some teams, once they burn off about 30, 40, 50 litres of fuel, they really noticeably drop off their lap times when their tyres are going off. And some other teams have obviously either fluked it or nailed it and are running very similar times across their stint.
Could be driving styles as well. They couldn't. Some are pretty careful with their car and different steering and different on the throttle. Just things like that. Look after them, don't they? But you know, there is distinct tyre drop off. You look at Ethan Grigol. Best lap of the race was 31 flat, from what I remember. This is all off the top of my head. But I think at the end of his first stint, he was doing high 32, low 33s. So that just shows you how real the tyre drop off.
Yeah. I know. For me, for example, as my drop off was about a second over the stint, but I'm starting from a much higher base.
Yeah. Well, at the end of my first stint, I was actually surprised, and every once in a while I just ask what time the leaders are doing. Not that I'm ever to be compared to them, but I was surprised that at the end of my first stint, despite the dramas I had, I was only about 1.5 seconds a lap slower than him, which was really, really surprising. And the thing with my first stint was on about lap 3, my screen completely froze. I had absolutely no idea where it was. Probably for about 8 seconds it was frozen, so needless to say I slowly parked it into a wall. I had the brake on, but I had no idea where anyone was, so I put it into a wall and to go to quick repair. I didn't take tyres, didn't take fuel, got back out there. But I think I did about 36 laps on that first stint without changing tyres, so yeah, they got better at the end, but it was the first part, they were just nowhere.
But overall, you'd have to say a pretty good night for your team, the way it's panning out so far.
Yeah, it's going alright, isn't it? You know, you never complain when, let's face it, I think qualifying showed where we're really at. We had 2 cars in the top 10, but it'll be in 8th and 9th, you know. These are quality drivers, Mark Pickett and Ian Ford. You generally expect them to be higher than that, but you know, we were really struggling. But like Bernie said at the start, through some decent strategy and getting the old slide rule out, etc., the boys have been able to put themselves up close. I think a few of the, especially one of the teams, made a pretty bad mistake in not pitting that last safety car. That's probably going to put them back. But yeah, well, again, like I said, woulda, coulda, shoulda, but. Yeah, at the end of the day, you won 3 at the moment. Farzwan El Nawi's driving as brilliant as always, and Andrew Gillum, take your hats off to him. You know, he did a really, really, really solid job for sure, and he's done a great job with Farzwan backing him up. So, hats off to Andrew as well.
Yeah, and we've got Ian almost losing it. And talking about Farzan, he's not letting him get away, is he?
No, well, Farzwan, to be honest with 40, this is his first decent race in a long time. He walked straight away from the V8s. He was concentrating on the GT3s to try and make an attempt to...
he's gone very deep again. Gone very deep again there over Lukey Heights.
Traffic's just being overly friendly there, is it?
Well, I think the laser car actually passed him when he had his big moment earlier, and Forzan's closed that gap right down now.
Yeah, he has. And like I said, Farzwan, I don't know if he's been on holidays, but that's a team that generally concentrates very much so on the V8s, and good luck to them, whereas we're a lot more diverse, and 40's confidence will come back slowly but surely, you can be sure of that. And there goes that car. Who's going to come out in front of Farzwan? So 40's confidence will come back. And talk about setups, like literally with 5 seconds to go before they grid it up, they changed setup from 40 set to Luke Harvey set. So that just shows where they're at. But they've got the thing working. I think Phase 1's probably the faster car, but just good strategy. It's got the ERA 1 car where it is.
Very much so. I was talking before you came into the box, of course, and hats off to Forzan as well. It's coming up to 2 o'clock in the morning over there for him.
Oh, is he a Kiwi? Is he? Didn't know. There you go.
I believe he is. I believe he is. Not too sure if anyone's in the chat can confirm it or not, but my understanding is he's a Kiwi.
Well, we won't hold that against him publicly anyway. But like we're saying with 40, like the amount of driving he's done in the GT3 over the last 2 months, I would say, it's been a real credit to him that he can actually step back and get his car into a position where it's more than competitive, isn't it? Like he's got trouble behind him, but he's doing really well.
Now, we were talking earlier about your relationship with Logitech and the like, and how that's really sort of taken off and provided some great exposure to yourself and to Logitech, and you were at one of their trade shows, we believe, also over the Christmas period, was it?
Yeah, over just before Christmas, PAX in Melbourne. Actually, well, they were at the EA show, whatever they call it, in Sydney as well. But the big one was PAX in Melbourne, and Simon Feigl and a few of the boys, Zach Hanlon, Ben Smith, Marcelo Rivera, and Blake Neck all went there and represented the team and showed the colours with the fantastic polo shirts that we got.
Forzan's just made the move.
Yep. Yeah, that was always on. But if you asked the boys at the start of the race if they would take second, third or 2 top 5s, I guarantee you the answer would be yes.
Yeah, but I'm sure then if you asked Ian about 15 minutes ago, would he take second, he'd say, no, I want to win this thing.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, especially when you had your nose in front for a while. But what have we got left? About 19 laps left, I think it is. So, it's a good effort by the lads, there's no doubt. But like I said, hats off to Andrew Gillum as well. Like, he did such a good job to get the car where it is now. And that's a team that's progressing more and more, isn't it? Like I said, they do a lot of concentration on the V8s. I know they've got Louise Gallen, who drives the GT3 and does a good job there. But really, it is a V8 team, and they're doing really, really well in it.
I think they've been working a lot with. They started working a lot last year with Sam Sutton on their setups as well, which has really, really catapulted them up towards the pointy end of the grid.
Yeah, it's always good to get a bit of help if you need it, and no doubt Sam has done the right thing and helped them on their way a little bit. So, as time comes, no doubt they've got enough experience already that they can work on their own sets. There's enough guys in the team. So it's a large team now, isn't it? So, hang on, the yellow flag out in front of them. Well, that's just my driver, sorry. Yeah, I think there's a bit of drama there, but it's all good now.
But you've still got to have that talent to be able to use that setup, put that setup to good use.
Oh, of course. Oh, absolutely. And let's be honest, I could drive a car with the best setup ever, and someone like Phase 1 or 40 or Mark Pickett would drive a pig of a car with a crap setup, and that's still not me over. So, it's like you said, you've got to have the talent behind you, don't you? And that's why these guys are at the front.
Yeah, it is indeed.
Anyway, Brenton, before we let you go, mate, I'm sure you've got a list of sponsors there you need to...
Well, he's into the pits.
Yeah, Ian's in the pits, and I take it this is scheduled?
This will be a very short stop, though.
Yeah, it'll be a scheduled stop. Yeah, absolutely. And I'll be the thing you've got to look out for here is whether Phase 1 will actually react to this. I'm not on the same channel as 40 when we do these races as a team. We all split up and go our own separate ways. But I'll be interested to see if Phase 1 reacts to this, because I don't think it's the worst idea in the world what 40's doing here. Well, it's up to how much traffic he comes out in, mind you.
Yeah, well, that's exactly it, isn't it? But we saw this earlier where you guys have pitted and Forzan didn't react, and then the gap got bigger at the end of it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm always surprised that 40 takes the long exit there. I always find the short exit's the way to go, but he took the long one. Most importantly for him, he came out clear of traffic, and I believe Mark Pickett did as well. So these guys have had their pit stops already, but I'll let you guys go back to doing what you do best. So I'll head off. But yes, you're right, Bernard. Logitech G have been superb to us. What a magic Christmas that they gave the team. I'm not sure you saw our Logitech Christmas tree on our ERA Facebook page, but it was unbelievably good what they're doing, and it's all been distributed to the drivers. MPMS Racing Simulators had a really good time over Christmas too. They'll be actually heading over to Japan in June for a drift school. They're actually conducting a drift school if anyone's interested in that type of thing. MS Limited Edition, so good to have a recognisable charity like that on board, and for all those with any harbourings of MS or anything like that, make sure you get to MS Limited Edition to support them. Maverick Welding, who will probably be leaving us shortly, I would imagine. Their time's up with the new owner of that business, so if it's last time with Maverick Welding, we do thank them. They're our first original sponsor.
We've got Forzan in the pits, sorry guys.
Yep, sorry. And sorry, I'll get out of here, and GTI and Joel Real Timing. I think that's a clean sheet.
Fantastic, and we just saw Ian Ford there drifting the car through the final corner. He likes to do it, but I tell you what, Forzan's out right in front of him, covers him off, there's contact.
That's beautiful.
I'm speechless. I was hoping you wouldn't be in the room when we saw that, that's for sure. That's pretty full on.
That's certainly protestable, and Nick, if you could send us the forms, mate, because the car coming out of the pits has got to be doing better than that. But I'll let you go and get ready for some paperwork.
Yeah, no worries. We're going to run this in super slow-mo from the gyro cam, folks, just to see what Ian saw, and we'll it should tell a bit more of a story here. You can see here Ian's absolutely flooring it. You can see Forzan now coming out of the pits, and he's coming out right in front of him. There was nowhere Ian could go, and
I think what it looks like to me is Forzan came out and did went to do the typical supercar thing and cover the inside. Ian then moved to the outside, and Forzan changed his line back, moved back the other way.
That's what it looks like to me. It looks like he covered him off, but then he come across on him. So we'll have a look.
Yeah, he was expecting Ian to go down the inside. So he covered the inside, and Ian went the outside, and Forzan moved back. Not what you want to be doing, I don't think.
No, so we're going to have a look now from Forzan's rear part of the car, and that should give us the other side of the story. He's coming out of the pits now, and we'll see exactly what happened here. Wow, that impact was high speed.
And it doesn't look like Forzan suffered any damage at all. Just lost a bit of his rear bumper.
Yeah, hardly any damage at all. You'd expect that rear of the car to be absolutely ripped off, but if you look at Ian's car, it's trashed. That's the end of, unfortunately, the end of that race, but definitely going to be a bit of a protestable issue there for you, Nick, as Brenton has alluded to.
Yes, indeed.
I'll leave that up to the guys that get paid the big bucks, and you guys can sort that one out.
Okay, I might just have to duck off for a little while.
Yeah, no worries, I'll let you go. And folks, that means you've got me to talk to, but we can see Ian's now in the pits. He's in 11th. Probably got a fast repair, but that car is toast. And I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see that car come back out. So at the moment, the leader is Forzan El Nabi, Performance Motorsport, and that's provisional at this stage. Mark Pickett running in second for Evolution Racing Australia, and then third we have Brian Borg for Laser Racing. Hayden Dodman is in fourth position for Motorsport, and then Brenton Hobson rounds out your top five in the 25. So this car's been interesting, folks. He's been in the top 10 all night, arguably the top five, and 15 laps to go. He's sitting in 5th and 23 seconds down from the leader. So yeah, it definitely looks like ERA aren't going to get that car. Well, they might be trying to repair it, but it's going to be a long time. And they're slipping down the order, down to 18th. So I'd say that's their night run. So yeah, interesting what to make of that, and we'll just let the teams and the race steward sort that one out. So I'm just having a look back through the field, folks, see if there's any action going on, and there doesn't seem to be a lot. Team OGMRZ running in 17th at the moment, and they're actually battling for position with ABR Team Simulator, or this is the new team, and having a good battle there. So we'll stick with this for a bit and see how that pans out. Tell you what, folks, this is probably the quietest it's been in the comm box for ages. I can stretch my feet out. There's no one in here apart from me, isn't that? That's awesome.
And can just confirm that the 097 has copped a penalty for that.
Okay, so what did they get for that? Can you say or?
Yeah, so what it is that as we saw on the commentary there, that Forzan on exiting the pits covered the inside and then moved again. Where Ian was to effectively try and block him when he really had no right to, with the speed difference between the car and Forzan had picked his line. So the penalty matrix that it works out at, there's you get allocated points depending on how many positions are lost, whether or not repairs are required, and whether the car redresses. So we've got the ERA car has lost 10 positions, which attracts 15 points, and also required some repairs, which is an additional 5 points, which gives a 20-point penalty. And under normal racing, that's a pit lane penalty with a 75-second hold. But because the cars have completed their final pit stops, that reduces, you cut 30 seconds off that. So pit lane penalty plus 45.
Okay.
So it's effectively ended their race as well, which is unfortunate because, for 118 odd laps, that was a fantastic race, and it looked like it was going to be a very exciting last 15 laps as well.
Yeah, it certainly did, didn't it? And we just watched that back on the super slow-mo as you were talking about the penalty and why it was issued. So hopefully that'll give the viewers a clear understanding of what the race control saw from that incident. So it's sort of taken the wind out of the sails a little bit. It looks like Ian's not going to get that car back out. They're 4 laps down and must be out of fast repairs. But yeah, a bit of an anticlimax, I'm afraid, at the moment.
Yeah, it is. It's disappointing that and the stewards don't like handing out penalties. They want to see good, clean racing and people taking their positions where they should be. But yeah, just unfortunate that that's happened.
Yeah, and I guess that penalty, when that's issued, that's going to allow Mark Pickett for Evolution Racing Australia, currently second. He will then take the lead, and he's got a gap back to Brian Borg of, not the wrong button, of 13 seconds. So if it's any consolation for the team, they may still have a car on the top step of the podium, but they were running for first and third up until that incident. So as far as upcoming broadcasts go, folks, next Thursday night, 9 PM I think it is, we'll be covering the Blancpain Sprint Series, the Australian Strength of Field Series, and Brenton O'Brien will be joining me in the commentary booth for that, not next week but after he returns on holidays, and we'll have a temporary commentator with me next week to call all the action. So if you like your GT3 action, definitely tune in for that. And as I was saying, the purpose of that broadcast is to try to increase the strength of field rating, I guess you could say, for that time slot, to help a lot of the Australian teams who are racing that series get a decent amount of points for running that time slot. So as far as the cars on the lead lap go, the last one on the lead lap is 95, and that's Posy, and he doesn't have a bonnet on that car, but as we were saying earlier,
a lap down earlier on too.
He was, yeah, and he's the last car on the lap now, 76 seconds down, but they've improved a lot. As I was saying earlier on tonight, they were way down, and as they did previously, they're going up and down this field like a yo-yo at the moment. Just trying to work out where the other car that we have lost, that sort of escaped us, is the Redback Racing team, the 031. This car was up in 10th or 11th position when Ethan jumped into that car. All of a sudden they're one lap down and back into 21st position, so I'm not sure what's happened to that car.
No, sorry, I've just got to sort some stuff out behind the scenes here, sorry, at the moment.
Oh, that's alright. I'm just going back to have a look at what's happened to Ethan here. He did have an off track on lap 122, which may tell some of the story. So what that tells me, folks, is it looks like that car, the number 31, Ethan's been having some internet connection issues there, which must have no doubt affected them somewhere. But we don't have any incidents there. So we've got Mark Pickett in the lead now because Forzan El Nabi's had to come in to serve that penalty, and they are currently... Where are they?
Well, they've disconnected.
So they've pretty much retired that car. So, yeah, so they're gone. And it looks like the ERA car that Ian Ford was driving, that car looks like it's not going to get back out either. It's still being repaired, so we can discount both of those cars. So we've got Mark Pickett now leading from Brian Borg in second, and Brian is 13 seconds down. And then we've got Brenton Hobson 25, and he is 23 seconds down from the lead and 6 seconds down from Brian Borg here. So the top three are looking pretty much settled with 9 laps to go here. Just looking at the lap times, the guys are pretty much all lapping at the same time.
No.
Just having a look, we've got Mark Pickett now in the pits, so 8 laps to go. Brenton, was that scheduled or is that...
No. I sincerely hope that you guys take the time to look back at the absolute disgraceful driving. I've never seen something so blatantly cheating in iRacing in my life. Take a look at how Mark Pickett got that damage. He had the race win. Fars one had already taken 40 out, and then look what he's done to Mark Pickett. Now that is just an absolute disgrace, and that's the type of thing that separates V8 supercar drivers. I'm absolutely livid about that. Please take the time to have a look at between turns 1 and 2. It's cost both ERA drivers a win. I'll leave it at that.
Alright, we've got the replay up now, and we'll see what happens here.
See, because let's not forget, Bars 1 already has a black flag for a 40... Yep. Pete?
Yep, just looking at it now.
Yeah, no wonder he's disconnected. That's just... I'm speechless.
No. He's done it deliberately. You can say what you want. He's done it deliberately. And, I just talked the guys up, Bars 1 and Andrew, for a really good job they did. And then they do that. And what that is, that's... there's better ways to do things. If they didn't agree with the penalty, take it up with Nick. But they didn't only just take out 40, but they then deliberately, 100% deliberately, after doing 5 laps with a black flag, they've deliberately taken out Mark Pickett. So, no doubt Nick, as the organiser of this series, you wouldn't like to see that, but if you want drivers to keep coming back, mate, that's got to go. And I'll leave it at that. Cheers, boys.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, it's certainly not the kind of driving that you want to exhibit as something that's promoted in the series, and when you look at it, it's one thing to disagree with a race control decision. You can disagree with a race control decision as much as you like, I guess, but no, there's no place for that.
Definitely not. We're actually riding with Forzen now. You can see as he comes in, he's backing off, and we'll just have a look from telemetry here. Yeah, he's deliberately pulled in front of that car and taken out another ERA car, which is definitely not what we want to see in iRacing. Wow.
Well, after such a pity, what was looking like being a very exciting race to the finish between Ian and Forzan has turned into a penalty that a driver disagreed with, and pretty ordinary response, I think, is all you can say about it.
I could go a lot further if you want to hear me rant about it.
I'll leave that to you, because I don't want to rant too much.
No, I think Brenton's pretty much summed it up, but to me, what I could say a lot about it, but it's probably best I don't, because I'm not sure if the viewers really want to hear me starting to go off about this, but it's very unsportsmanlike, and it's something that I hope I don't see again for a very long time, because it's disgraceful, and hopefully Forzan is hanging his head in shame over that tonight. How was that? Was that diplomatic enough?
That'll do, I think. I think that'll do.
That'll do, little donkey. So at the moment...
Look who's in the race lead now. Let's focus on that.
Yeah, so we've got Laser Racing. Brian Borg, 017, is taken the lead of this race. Brenton Hobson in the 25 is in second, 5 seconds down at the moment. But I tell you what, Laser Racing, they've had a hell of a night tonight. But after all that drama unfolding, they've inherited the lead. Probably not the way they'd want to, but they're there. So
it's classic endurance racing, isn't it? I mean, you just got to keep thereabouts, and you never know what's going to happen.
Well, exactly right. And 5 laps to go. And saying that, my connection is playing up a bit by the looks of it. That would really top off tonight if my internet connection drops out. Touch wood. Oh no, I think it has. Jesus. No, I'm back. That happened on one of the Monday night skips. The servers were playing up and it dropped the coverage on the last lap. Would you believe? We had to go back to radio where Alex McKellar was calling it as if it was on the radio because we had absolutely no pictures.
Now, the interesting thing is I haven't looked, and I'm not too sure if you can check quickly, Bernie, is the lap time difference between the 017 and the 25, whether or not there's going to be a race to the flag here.
Okay, so the live split is 4.1 seconds, and just to set that up. Now the difference in speed is he's taken out 0.6 of a second last lap. So with 4 laps to go, he's probably going to pull half that gap in, but unless Brian has a problem, he's going to be about 1.8 to 2 seconds shy at this stage. But you never know. He could, Brian could have a bit of a slide or anything at this point. He is dropping in and out. I'll tell you that now because we're losing connection every time we go to him.
Yeah, and pressure can do funny things as well.
Certainly can. It's doing funny things to my screen. I've lost them all again.
Oh, we've got Ian Ford downstairs. I'm not too sure if you want to bring him up for a chat, Bernie.
I'm not sure if we should. He's I guess we should get his point of view, but
we can easily just chop him, can't we?
Oh yeah, we could. I wouldn't put
He's already been chopped once tonight. He wouldn't mind, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'll bring him up. Hi Ian, welcome to RRTV's Combox. First thing, mate, really sorry with the way your race ended tonight and the way Mark's race ended tonight. It's not the way we want to see things happen, but yeah, what can you do?
Yeah, that's it. It's like we can't really control things. We'll just put the word over to the proper authorities and let them deal with it. And then, other than that, it was a brilliant race throughout. There was a lot of strategy going on, and we'll look at the race for the positives. And at the moment, Laser Racing's leading, and should come home with a checkered flag, and that's a absolutely bloody brilliant performance for them. So, massive congratulations there.
Yeah, that's right.
And arguably their number 3 team as well, which is even better.
Exactly, it's one of those teams that they qualified 15th. It's one of those things you don't really look for them, and then wham bam, they've turned up at the top of the pile heading into the final couple of laps. So that's the biggest thing you can possibly do in motor racing. So I think they're going to be partying hard all weekend.
Yeah, and just going back to the pit stop and when you initially lost the lead to Forzan, I think that was a great battle between the two of you, and it was a fantastic move that he did put on to get the race lead off you, and we were looking forward to the final 15 laps after the pit stops to see what was going to pan out there as well.
Yeah, I doubled down, shifted into the outer loop or whatever it is, that second hairpin, and lost 3 seconds, and then after that the rear tyres were a bit cooked, so I was just counting down the laps and waiting to get it almost halfway through the stint sort of thing, so it was not going to be too much strain on the tyres towards the end, and had a hell of an undercut going, and yeah, just one of those things. I'm not going to really dwell on it too much. It could have been a great finish, but it's great to see some of these boys having a great run as well, and they've lucked out tonight, and that's the main thing.
Yeah, and just looking at it from when we look at the incident in replay, because we can talk about it without any problems, is that from where we sat it, we saw Forzan coming out from the pits and looking like he was going to do the classic V8 supercars move, and he was moving to the inside of the track, and then you changed your line to go back to the outside, and he went to block that move, but unfortunately with about a 80 to 100k speed differential between the cars at that stage, is that he effectively just turned right in front of you with nowhere to go.
That's it. It's like I was already going as hard as I could to the left because I was trying to aim for a gap about a car and a half wide there, and by the time the gap closed, there was no amount of braking or anything would have managed to solve the problem. So I did go into him with like full speed, but that's one of those things. You're coming out of the final pit stop and battling for the lead. It's no one's going to really lift in that sort of situation. It's just a bit awkward when one person goes one way and then comes back again.
Yeah, and then unfortunately Mark Pickett, who was looking good then after inheriting the lead, is suddenly out of the race as well, which is very unfortunate for them.
Yeah, for sure. I know for a fact they're not really in a talking mood over there at the moment, so I've come over here and I'm putting the positive vibe on everything. It's great to see the series back and have such strong numbers for the first round, and it's good to see Brian Borg leading the race as we enter this final lap. I think it's the final lap, isn't it? And it's been so many positives out of the race. It'd be pretty nasty to really dwell on the bad incidents. I think everyone's had a few incidents, but yeah, we better get back to calling the last couple of corners of this race, Ian. So I really appreciate you coming up and having a chat with us, and it means a lot to have you up here. But it's looking like Laser Racing 3 is going to take tonight's win. They're just coming around the final corners here tonight, folks. 146 laps. The Phillip Island 650 is going to go to Laser Racing 3. Brian Borg driving that car in the number 017, and they are of course sponsored by Laser Plumbing, and fantastic result for them and a well-earned win for sure. So Laser Racing takes out round one here of the Australian Online Supercar Championship. Second, Synergy Sim Racing, Brenton Hobson driving that car at the moment, number 25, and fantastic effort by this car. Top 10 all night and to come home in second. Third will go to Synergy Sim Racing 3 with Jordan Ross behind the wheel of that car. This car showed pace tonight pretty much all night, and they've been in some massive battles, so congratulations to them. Not to cut you off for just a second, Bernie. My congratulations would have to go from the guys that qualified 26th at Progression Racing Australia, who obviously just cruised along and had a clean race, and they've literally going to pick up 7th. That's a bloody awesome performance. That's a big gain on a strong field like we had tonight.
Oh, it certainly is. We had 36 cars take to the grid. We've got 28 cars got to the end. I'm just seeing if the 226s, it's still in the pits, so it won't come out. So yeah, 28 finishes. So excellent effort there from the 7th car, and we should probably go through the full results, folks, so you can see where your favourite driver finished tonight, and we might have some interviews after that. So
as the cars come around and finish up, we'll wait for that, and then give them a chance to get up here in the comms box, and I'll leave you to the chatting with them, mate.
Yeah, no worries. So let's go through the full results. So Laser Racing 3 comes home in first, followed by Synergy Sim Racing second, and Synergy Sim Racing 3 in third. 4 Motorsport home in fourth. Still SimSport 1, fifth. Performance Motorsports are number 41 home in sixth. 7th Progression Racing Australia, 8th Synergy Sim Racing, and 9th HDR5. Evolution Racing Australia, the 026, comes home in 10th position. Home in 11th is PFR Team GTI 1, and they were 1 lap down. Stealth SimSport 5 comes home in 12th. Redback Racing Team, the 149, home in 13th, followed by Team OG MRZ in 14th. ABR Team Simulated 1 in 15th. 16th goes to Evolution Racing Australia, the number 67. Redback Racing Team 031 come home in 17th. 18th goes to KRF Motorsports, followed by Team KRF, name to be something or other, in 19th position. Laser Racing 2 comes home in 20th. '21st is HTR 3, followed by Way South Racing in 22nd. HTR 4 comes home in 23rd. PFR Team GTI 2 home in 24th. 25th, Redback Racing Team, the number 32. Then we had the HTR 2 home in 26th. 27th, HTR 1. And then 28th, Redback Racing 350. Evolution Racing Australia, in 29th and finished in the pits. Performance Motorsports Blue has retired from tonight's race as well. Evolution Racing Australia, the number 1, also retired. Laser Racing did not finish, neither did RKW Motorsport or Team TDR. Stealth Sim Sport 4 did retire very early in the race, and so did Race on Oz, the number 51. And the cars that did not start was Race Control, Dimebag Racing and Evolution Racing Australia, the number 151. So it looks like we've got the first of our interviews, guys, and we'll bring them up and have a quick chat. Hi Phil, welcome to the RRTV Combox and congratulations, mate. You guys came home in first position.
Yeah, thanks Bernie. I'm just shell-shocked, mate, can't believe it.
Yeah, you guys were battling pretty hard all night. We saw you guys, as well as Jason Bentz's car, in some pretty hefty battles there earlier on in tonight's race.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to see what those guys were doing, but unfortunately I think I had a bit of bad luck. I think Jace disconnected and Mikey had a couple of runnings in with the engine and something else as well, so yeah, I just can't believe it that we come out in front and just shell-shocked, mate, because I've never won anything in my life, so...
Oh, it was well deserved, mate, and I tell you what, it was a great way to cap off a very crazy night of racing, let's put it that way. So my congratulations goes to you and all the boys at Laser Racing. It was great to see that car up on the top step of the podium tonight.
Oh, thanks, Bernie. Really appreciate the thing. It's one of those things, a bit like Steve Bradbury, the Winter Olympics a few years ago. Just feels like that, where you probably don't deserve it, but things just seem to go your way, and that's probably just for the hard work you put in to probably put your car at the front. So
yeah, well, you've got to be up the pointy end, don't you, to capitalise on it, and that's exactly what Laser Racing did tonight. And to me, a win's a win, mate. So I'd be celebrating that till early hours of tomorrow, which is now by chance the early hours of tomorrow. So you can start celebrating now.
Yeah, by about 5 minutes. I was hoping Borg would get in here. He should be coming shortly. But he was just trying to get TeamSpeak details get in. I'd love for him to get in as well, because he deserves a chance to have an interview as well. Oh,
for sure. I can hang around here all night. I've got nowhere to go. So we've got Brenton down there. He's
bring
second.
Brenton up, and I'll go find Borgie and try and bring him back her up.
Yeah, no worries.
Cheers, mate.
So we're just waiting, folks. Some of the guys are having some trouble getting into the server. It's probably my fault, because I don't even know what the password is. So that doesn't help at all, does it? But yeah, as far as racing goes, I said earlier tonight, folks, next Thursday week we have the Blancpain Sprint Series on Thursday night. I think it starts about 9 p.m. Check out our Facebook page for details of that. Then we have Monday week will be the we'll be going back to do the Monday night lights coverage of the Skip Barbers. So if you like your open wheel action, definitely come and check that out. We're getting quite a few of the international drivers now. There's probably 2 or 3 come down, and one of them is one of the best Skip Barber racers in the world, and he took out the season last season for iRacing as well, so that's always entertaining. What else? The Corvette C7s, they will be back here. The RPR S7 C7 Corvette series will be back here Tuesday week as well, so we'll be bringing you some GT3 action as well. So it should be quite a good little lineup there for the first part of the year anyway, the first couple of months, and then we'll see what unfolds after that. I'm still waiting for everyone to work out what they're doing down there. So they're now going to start giving me their numbers, hopefully, so I'll know who is who, and then I can bring them up. Hi Jordan, welcome to Combox. We might as well bring you up. Do you have your teammate down there?
Yeah, Dan's down there.
Oh, what about me?
Yeah, gotcha, man. So, welcome Jordan and Dan. 3rd place tonight for the 375. Well done. Fantastic driving all night by you guys. And you were pretty much on the pace all night, weren't you?
Yeah, Bernie, it wasn't too bad. Pretty consistent pace. The setup was pretty consistent. We weren't red hot pace. We were mediocre pace, but consistently mediocre. So that sort of kept us in good stead, which is good. Jordan drove the wheels off, which was great.
Yeah, he certainly did. I think you were driving the wheels off it for a bit there too, weren't you?
Yeah, actually, after the last safety car, we decided to stay out on a strategy call that we look back at and frown upon, but that's okay. After that safety car, late in the stint, the tyres must have come back. I'm not sure if it was the tyres that cooled off or the track that had cooled down. Either way, we were punching out really fast laps at the end of the stint there, which was helped us a bit, but didn't quite get there in the end. But podium was good. We're great, happy with that result.
Oh, definitely. And what's it like coming off a Christmas break and then doing 650 kilometres around Phillip Island?
I'll let you answer that one, Jordan, if you like.
Yeah, well, I sort of haven't had a Christmas break. I've sort of been on the sim through the Christmas break. Bobo's been on a lounge in the Bahamas somewhere, but we haven't. Racing, but it's my second time in this series. Good, and I actually didn't get any practice. I jumped on midway through Dan's first race. He did all qualifying and everything. Mega job to get good shape.
Fantastic. You're dropping in and out a bit there, Jordan, but was there any dramas for the car through tonight? I know you were having some pretty heavy battles there, but was there anything that you sort of had to overcome tonight to get that car in third?
I don't think there was any big dramas per se. The only thing we really had was very early in the race was we went to the gravel trap a couple of times to avoid carnage in front of us. Only lost us, I think we lost maybe 5 positions in total from that, but we sort of got them back. Only slight damage on the car from that, which didn't really affect us. I don't think we used our fast repair for the night. So, no real dramas, to be honest. We just made a bit of a boo-boo on our strategy call late in the stint, but we know for next time now. We got the pace, we just need to sort of get our heads around fuel strategy and whatnot, so we'll be right.
Fantastic. And what are you guys planning to run this season? Are you going to continue running this, or have you got your eyes on other V8 series, or are you going to run both, or what?
For myself, if it has a V8, I'll run it. I'm sort of keen on everything when I can get my hands on it. V8 Scops and AOSC are the 2 primary big ones that I like to get involved with. But other than that, OSR Wednesday night, and there's the fixed series on Tuesday night. There's a lot of V8 series that, like I said, whenever I can drive, I will. So it's good fun.
Yeah, for me, it's just time thing, and sort of only really run the V8. I'd like to run it all sorts of stuff, but I find if I drive other cars, I just back to the V8. So 8 and do series. It's awesome. It's like I said, my second go on it.
Fantastic. Well, before I let you guys go, have you got any sponsors or anyone you'd like to give a shout out to for helping you get that car on the podium tonight?
Of course, the sponsors, CSR Fabrications, and the whole team at Synergy Sim Racing. Great team. Sort of finding our feet. Me and Jordan are both pretty new to the team, so they've made us really welcome, and we're finding our feet pretty well now. Also, like to shout out to David Moore for setting the car up. It was his setup, and it was brilliant. Like I said, it wasn't a rocket, but it was super consistent, which is what we needed for this sort of race. So thanks to all those guys, and yeah, all the sponsors and everyone. Thanks to you guys for broadcasting, and obviously AOSC for putting the series on. It's brilliant, and really look forward to the rest of the season. Thanks.
Also, a big shout out and congrats to Borgie and Piggott. They take a race to win. Back with that.
Fantastic. Well, thanks guys for popping in, and no doubt we'll see you for the next round of the AOSC. I'm not sure where we're going, but I'll see you there anyway.
Yeah, thanks Bernie. Thanks again for the broadcast, and yeah, cheers.
So that was Jordan Ross and Daniel Ackland, third in the 375 Synergy Sim Racing entry. The next person we'll have a chat to is Brenton Hobson in the number 25, and they were Synergy Sim Racing as well. Hi Brenton, do you have your teammate down there?
Yeah, I do. Todd's down there waiting to have a chat.
Fantastic, finally got Todd up here. Well done guys. Second, you guys are pretty much in the top 5 most of the night, weren't you? And top 10 probably all the night. But looked like a pretty tough race out there.
Yeah, it was a race of attrition as it turned out in the end. We were near the pointy end sort of most of the race, and we decided to pull a bit of a strategy towards the end and undercut the guys in front of us on some fresh tyres. We needed about 5 laps of fuel, so that sort of played out well, and then I made a bit of a mistake and spun the car and lost us a bit of time, so we thought we'd thrown it all away, and whatever happened up at the front with those other guys, they all dropped by the wayside, and we found ourselves back in second.
Yeah, there was quite a big twist to the tale of the race tonight, and I'll let you guys watch it yourselves on the replay. But the main...
yeah, it was. I've already seen it, Benny. I thought it was quite interesting. But that's how it rolls sometimes, and we'll Borgie downstairs. He benefited tonight out of that. They did a great job, and thanks to Brenton bringing the car home in second.
Yeah, that's right. I like to focus on the positives here and celebrate the people's wins. So it's great for Synergy Sim Racing, second and third. I think you must be pretty happy with the way the 375 performed tonight.
Yeah, those guys deserved a good result because they've had some really good pace here the last few weeks. In fact, pretty much all the teams been pretty strong here since sort of Christmas time, and it's good for the guys to get a good result and show that the work pays off.
Oh, definitely. It makes helps a lot with confidence as well, doesn't it? When normally you get that breakthrough, you can really get that momentum going. But I tell you what, the 25, it's always had a bit of momentum, and it definitely had it again tonight. It seemed like the win was within your grasp a few times. You just could not close that gap. And I saw that a few times tonight where you were in there, you were having a great race, but the gap was just... I don't know what it was, you just couldn't close it. I guess that's the word. It's very late.
Yeah, you're right. It was just a little bit... It was a step too far for us all night, really, as it turned out. We we were not the fastest car here tonight, and we never came here expecting to be. I know I've been struggling a bit with the car since the new build. I talked about that earlier. Everyone else in our team's been going nicely, but I didn't come here with expectations to finish second. And I think that you look at the pace of some of the guys early on, that we wouldn't have been the fastest car on pace. But with these enduros, it's not always about being the quickest guys on the night. You know, we've plucked a few really good results here in this series last year just by sticking around and being a pest and ending up at the front at the end, you know.
Yeah, you're dead right. I was saying earlier, you know, we were looking at pole position and that, and it's really, for these really long races as far as qualifying goes, yeah, it's great to have, like, get pole position and be the fastest, but it's really getting your car positioned on the grid to keep out of trouble, isn't it, for the first couple of laps and get that momentum going.
Yeah, you're right, mate. It's even on earlier in the race tonight, the restart, I got a bit of a tap from, I think it was fours, and the car went up on two wheels. I thought it was done. I thought it was going to go over, but I think we got back down on the ground. We stayed out of trouble and brought it home. And the boys, Bruce and Posy, they come home. I think it was seventh.
Yeah, 8th place. I think they ended up. Which is
8th place,
a
yeah,
good
so
result for them. Bounce back.
Great, yeah, great job.
Yeah, we caught that on replay. You actually, I think, got a super slow-mo as well of that two-wheel action. I was surprised. I commented that I was surprised if you had to have gone a bit further off, I think it would have rolled, but fortunately you managed to get it back on four wheels and keep it on the grey stuff.
Yes, unfortunately, when I go to work on Mondays, and if I've got some of the sponsors watching, they will make a sneaky comment, because half the time I'm on the broadcast either on two wheels or in the fence.
All you got to do is tell them that it's great for sponsorship because they get coverage.
Exactly, mate.
He needs to explain that it's hard to read the sponsors when they're upside down.
Yeah. Well, I used to say, what was the old saying? You either win the race or make sure you have a massive crash so that it gets on the broadcast.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it.
Anyway, we could talk all night, all morning. It's nearly 1 o'clock here. But before I let you go, guys, as always, give a shout out to those sponsors that heckle you when you get your car on two wheels.
Yeah, that's right. And before I go on and talk about any sponsors, I just want to throw a shout out here to Todd, because he sort of turned up. I don't think he'd really done any practice this week for this race, and he turned up, and I raced with him in the V8 Scops Enduros all last year, and as always, he just turns up, does his job, gets in the car, turns good laps, and stays out of trouble, although he nearly went upside down tonight. He does a good job as always, so a shout out to him. He said that I did a good job, but it takes two guys to get a good result. And I just wanted to say another shout out to our other boys there that finished in third, Dan and Jordan. That was a really good result for them, so it's good to see the team doing well. Obviously, a shout out to Boost Juice, who were on our car tonight. CSR Fabrications, which is what the guys in third were running. I don't think that showed on the broadcast, so mention to those guys. And obviously also Newlon, who were on the third car tonight. So always a shout out to them, because they do a great job. And thanks to you guys, lastly, because the broadcasts are great. I love going back and watching them. I'm looking forward to this one. Sounds like there's some action there to catch up on.
Yeah, thanks, Bernie, for your help and all the guys in the background.
Yeah, no worries. It's always fun. But as far as the paints go, I'll be working on getting a form set up so that instead of relying on trading paints, I'm going to get everyone to submit their paints so that it guarantees I get all the paints, because obviously we are missing some. There's a few people that sort of commented tonight that they were missing their paint jobs, so we'll try and rectify that for you guys.
Yeah, beautiful. That'd be great.
No worries. Well, thanks for popping in, guys. Congratulations, second tonight, well deserved, and let you guys go off and celebrate. And Todd, you can start making up your excuses to your sponsors for when you see them.
Cheers, mate.
Yeah, get ready for a celebration with you coming up here. They loved it. That was a great drive.
Oh, exactly. I was going to say
they're going to do shoeies apparently. So.
Okay, well, I want to see that on our Facebook page, or if you put it on your Facebook page, let me know. Brent Tucker threatened a shoey, and that ended up on the Facebook page.
You make sure you let them know that Todd said that they were doing it, not me.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, I'll hold you to that, Todd. All right, mate, I'll catch you later.
See you, Benny.
Okay, our final interview for tonight is Take 2 with Brian Borg and Phil Piggott, our winners tonight in the 017 Laser Racing. Hi guys, welcome back to the Combox. It took a bit of time to get you in here, Brian, but congratulations, mate. Well-deserved win for Laser Racing, and yeah, awesome result.
Mate, awesome result. That was the race of my career.
That's an awesome result.
Yeah, I say so. But I gotta say big thank you to Phil, man. He done an awesome job in his stints, and yeah, the race just came to us. We weren't in any really big battles. I don't think we just crept up on the race, and lap by lap we were just coming closer to that win. But things happened in the race which was a bit unfair to some people, but that's the way it goes.
Yeah, exactly right. I want to focus on the positives, and the positive tonight is the win that you guys got. And I was saying to Phil earlier, you know, yeah, it was a bit unfortunate, but you guys positioned that car to capitalise on what occurred, and it all unfolded, and as you said, you gradually moved your way up through the field. I did see you guys in a few big battles, well, a lot of traffic anyway. You probably wouldn't call it big battles, but I thought it was pretty heavy traffic, but at the end of the night it all came your way. The race came to you, and yeah, my hat's off to you if I was wearing one.
Thanks, Bernie.
Mate, yeah, go ahead, Bernie.
No, you go, mate. It's fine.
Yeah, well, in the middle of the stint, it was a bit hard on the tyres for some reason. Just the tyres were going off, and I think that's the battle that you would have been seeing, and I just couldn't. Just the front just kept on pushing through the corners, so it was a bit hard to keep it on track.
Yeah, it looked like a few times we came to, it looked like you guys had your hands full. Not as much as your sister car. That thing, that's an open wheeler, I guess. I don't know what you do with that. Wheel it back into the body shop and get it sorted for next round. But yeah, the main thing is for Laser Racing is the 017's on the top step of the podium. And I guess you guys can't wait to tell your sponsors about that.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll just give them a big shout out. Thank you to Laser Racing, Stephen Richards Racing for allowing us to have that sponsor aboard. My own personal sponsor, Omega Car Rentals and PPG. And again, mate, a big thank you to Phil.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. You drove absolutely tremendous. I'd like to thank Push Controls by Schneider Electric. So they little home automation thing. So I'd like to thank those guys and all the other sponsors that Paul you mentioned. So
yeah, awesome. And your sponsor, Laser Racing, that's for laser plumbing, isn't it? Which I think Stephen Richards' business. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
So if anyone needs their plumbing done, where do they operate from? Are they Queensland based or what?
I think they're Australia-wide, mate. They're definitely here in SA. Must be everywhere else in Sydney and Victoria as well.
Okay, so I always like to plug the sponsors that back our esports. So if anyone needs their drains unblocked, call Laser Plumbing. No guarantee that Stephen will turn up and block them, but at least you'll get your drains cleared.
Yep, for sure.
Awesome. Well, thanks guys for popping in. I'm sure you're going to celebrate big time this morning. And yeah, well earned win and great driving by both of you. Fantastic.
Mate, Bernie, thank you, and thank you for what you've done tonight. Always appreciated, and yeah, big thank you to the series as well.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a great series, doesn't it? We had a huge field tonight, and if that keeps on going, it's going to be a cracker, I think.
Yeah, sure is.
All right, guys. Well, thanks for popping in. We'll see you next round. Now that you've won, I expect to be speaking to you guys just about every round, so no pressure or anything, right?
No pressure. Now, before we go, I've heard that we've been to do a shoey, so look on Facebook under iRacing Down Under, and we'll post a photo of us doing a shoey.
Definitely, and then it's going up on the RRTV Facebook page as well. One of the viewers said that Laser Plumbing also does electrical work. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yep.
So it's Laser Electrical and Plumbing or something like that, I think they said. So if you need your electrical, whatever they are, done as well, call them and back that great business.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. All right, guys. Well, thanks for popping in. I look forward to seeing the shoey photo. As soon as it's up there on iRacing Down Under, folks, I'll reshare that on RRTV's Facebook page as well. I threatened Brent Tucker with that, and he did it, and it ended up on there as well. So, yeah, thanks, guys. It was awesome, and have a great night.
Yeah, you too, Bernie.
Thanks, Bernie.
So, folks, that pretty much brings us to the end of tonight's telecast of the first round of the Australian online Supercar Championship, Phillip Island 650 round one. Run and won by the 017 Laser Racing team. Fantastic result there for that team. But as far as other broadcasts go, as I've said earlier, tune back in Thursday week or next Thursday for the Blancpain Sprint Series Strength of Field race at 9 p.m. I think it is Thursday night. Check our Facebook page. But until then, folks, I hope you've enjoyed tonight's coverage of the V8 Supercars, and I look forward to your company next time. On behalf of Brent Tucker, oh God, I'm hopeless, aren't I? Nick, for joining me as Hoisler, yeah, for coming in. Thank you. And myself, Bernie Weemers, I'd like to wish you all a good evening and look forward to your company next time.